Fam, what's up? Good morning to you. I appreciate you guys being here. Let me know you guys are coming from inside the comment box. And good morning to you on this fine February 14th. Today is Valentine's Day. So tell the one that you love them. Appreciate you guys being here, rocking with me this morning. And like the top says, thanks for rolling with us right here on YouTube. Run the thumbs up on all these videos. We appreciate you guys being here. You got me till 9 a.m. today. And then you got Ty Hayes from Around the Table Sports. You got the Merrill Report with Jake Merrill. And you got the Smook Scoop at 11 a.m. The afternoon segment will conclude of the Merrill Report, double dipping on him. And then you got Just My Humble Opinion with Coach Sean. And then Coach Smook at 8 p.m. I might make an appearance as well. So appreciate you guys rocking with us today. And today I'm going to take your calls really early because I know you guys want to call into the show. I want to hear from you. So let me read out some shout outs and then we'll get to our number one topic, which is Nick Sheridan being hired as the offensive coordinator here at the University of Alabama. So let me kind of you know what would help. Can you say good morning first of all?
Good morning, undefeated.
I appreciate you guys. T, could you throw up, if they're repping their city inside of the comment box, so I can get them on? Multitasking. I appreciate you guys. You guys are going to see your names on the screen. Let me read them out. Jeff City coming from Pell. Jeff City. Jeff coming from Pell City. Appreciate you being here, man. Thank you so much for joining us today. All right. Ted checking in from PA. What's up, Ted? I see you inside the comment box as well. Charles, what's up? Happy Valentine's Day. Yep, never a bad time to call up someone and tell them that you love them. Charles checking in from Beham, the Magic City. Let's see who else we got. All right, Caitlin, what's up? Happy Valentine's Day. You got Dogtown, Alabama. All right, let's go. All right, Caleb, in with the roses and the chocolate. Caleb knows what's up, man. All right, from Oxford, Alabama. Good morning to you. All right, let's keep it going. Chattanooga, Patriot Life. Okay. What's up, Patriot Life? I see you. Good morning to you. Matt Farms, Central, New York State. He's in a New York state of mind. Ruben Poole, good morning to you. Appreciate it. Checking in from Dothan. That's in L.A. Who else we got, T? All right, checking in from the ATL, Health and Wealth. Love Health and Wealth. I keep remembering this. It was his birthday like 3 or 4 days ago. So if you have a birthday, let us know. John Moore coming to us from Priceville, Alabama. Roll Tide. Blitz, Bama, Blitz. Why can't we get Roll Tide Willie on?
Yeah, we need him. We need him on here.
All right. Oliver Beard, what's up? Good morning. Roll Tide Roll from Tennessee. Love Tennessee. Love me some Tennessee. Tink coming in from Orlando. What's up, Tink? Lieutenant Dan Kane coming in from Mobile. What's up, man? Oh, with the who is that? Marvin Marshall? What? That's the Avatar.
Yeah.
Right, with the flipping the bird.
They're like in the new setup too.
Yeah, you guys like the new setup? Yeah, you got some new digs up in here. Up in her. All right, Dylan Durham. That sounds like an offense. Your name sounds like one of the offensive line candidates. I love it. Dylan Durham. Formerly at Liberty. Cynthia, good morning to you from Saraland, home of the, say it, T.
Ryan
Williams. Yes. All right. I don't want to butcher your first name. How'd you say that, T?
I'm going to say
Grayson.
Leroy
Grayson. What's up? Roll Tide to you. Appreciate you. All right. Corey Morrison, Roll Tide from Tampa.
I love the easy names.
Yeah, no doubt. Feed me the easy names. Tampa, I love Tampa. Anthony Hinton, Roll Tide from beautiful T-Town. All right, let's get it started.
Oh, you got to get this one.
Oh, no way. What? Oh, my goodness. How could I forget? How could I oversee from the beautiful 505 Albuquerque, NM, Roll Tide Roll. Yo, if you're out there, you can go get a breakfast burrito from Golden Pride. And hit us up with a picture on social media. I would love that. I'll give you a retweet. From Brazil? No way. Yo, that's what's up. Coming down. We just had Fat Tuesday last night. I bet some people waking up with some hangovers, right? Hitting up those Bloody Marys. All right, on a Wednesday. All right, who else we got? Anyone else? All right, good morning. Crimson Tide coming in with the $2 spot from the nice layup. Crimson Tide, you are now leading the super chat leaderboard, man. Welcome to the show. All right. Are we good? Can we go?
Yeah, we can go.
All right. Okay, fam. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much for being here right here on Bama Football on YouTube. My name is Kyle Henderson. My producer, of course, in-house is T. T, good morning to you. I appreciate you being here.
Good morning.
All right. Good. Good stuff. All right. Healthy show coming up today. Today, we're going to open up the call-in line. I'll probably open it up, honestly, in like 5 minutes. So get your fingers loosened up. I like to do kind of, crack the knuckles, whatever you got to do the dialing in. But real quick, I wanted to hit on Nick Sheridan as we open up the show. We talked about it this morning with Coach Smook and I doing our morning cut. If you guys saw that, a Fan Funders video was released last night, and then it turned into a regular video for everybody else to see. So if you're not a Fan Funder and you're like, how do I get these emojis? Hit the hyperlink up top for only $2.99. You become a Fan Funder right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And in just a minute, I'll have a logo up, how to become a Fan Funder, and then also from one of our sponsors and residents in Ocean City, Maryland. All right, so with Nick Sheridan coming in, I think there's a lot to talk about. And I heard the interview. Actually, it was on Ryan Fowler from Tide 100.9. He does a really good job. He was interviewing Yogi Roth. Yogi Roth is kind of a quarterback guru, so to speak, in the West Coast, and had a lot of positive things to say about Nick Sheridan. In fact, he said that Nick Sheridan has turned down bigger offensive coordinator jobs within the last couple of years. That kind of made my ears perk up to think about it. When you look at Nick Sheridan and where he has come from, this is quite the jump, clearly, right? He was at Indiana for a little bit as the offensive coordinators and quarterbacks coach. Remember, he was a quarterback at Michigan, I think in 2006 to 2009, something like that. So he has experience with the quarterbacks, and clearly with Grubb heading out, you needed somebody to take over the offensive coordinator position, but specifically work with the quarterbacks. I thought that Alabama might go for, somebody within Kalen DeBoer's coaching tree that is younger, like a Kirby Moore, but he stays in-house, going with a Nick Sheridan. And I was reading through the comments, and somebody was like, well, hell, his name is Nick. What more do you want? Kind of coming after like Nick Saban. This is a big jump. I mean, last year, thinking about it from Nick Sheridan's perspective, he's 35 years old. He was coaching as the tight ends coach. Yes, and we're going to talk about Jamarcus Shepard in just a minute, because he has a title co-offensive coordinator. But the offensive coordinator position will be Nick Sheridan. Just like Freddie Roach, he has the title. I think it's assistant head coach, or is it assistant defensive co-defensive coordinator, something like that. We'll look up Freddie Roach's as well. But the DC of this team is Kane Womack. Getting back to Nick Sheridan, I think that Nick Sheridan, this is a leap, being the tight ends coach and then coming to be the offensive coordinator here at the University of Alabama. So Caleb is asking, do we need a tight ends coach also? I think so. I think the way that it's looking like, you'll get a new tight ends coach and an offensive line coach. However, they did just add, I think it's Jay Lindsey from Oklahoma, who is going to be in the support staff role. So theoretically, he could be elevated to be the tight ends and special teams coach. So now you're just looking for an offensive line coach. I think the offensive line coach, as we have spoken about, is really important. You have to hit a home run here, because the offensive line last year was just not it. I think the recruits were it, but I don't think they had time to develop. And then overall, I think they were played a little bit too heavy. And when you have bigger guys who aren't athletic, it can lead to bad things, as we saw. Plus, when you just can't snap the football. And we've heard some different things that, a lot of it, they like Jalen and Seth just didn't have a good continuity. I don't know whatever it was, but you need a good offensive line coach to come in. Freddie Roach just says defensive line on Roll Tide. No, but his Twitter. Everything's on Twitter. Yeah, if you go to his Twitter, it says up in his bio. So you're out. Everybody now wants to talk about Jamarcus Shepard. Okay, Ricky's like, "Are we live?" Yes, we are live every morning at 8 a.m. Yes, I know the replay thing. I don't think anybody's ever done replays on YouTube. So we're always like trying to change the game here at Bama Football on YouTube, like doing different things that you've never seen before. And one of the things is like the replays. Right? Like nobody has ever, I don't think anyone has ever seen a show replay on YouTube before, because we've had so much feedback about it. It's like, but we're like any other business. We operate, like on a different scale. And so Everyone's like, are we live all the time? Now everybody wants to talk about Jamarcus Shepard, right? They're like, stop talking about Nick Sheridan. Jamarcus Shepard is really the guy. Okay, so let's talk about Jamarcus Shepard. Who is he? Well, Jamarcus Shepard is the co-offensive coordinator. And what happens when you have a co-offensive coordinator title is either Nick Sheridan is going to be blamed for the bad plays and Jamarcus Shepard is going to be called for the good plays, or Kalen DeBoer, because I'm saying it's like a three-headed approach. Yeah, so Freddie Roach says assistant head coach. Assistant head coach. Does that mean he's right under like Coach Kalen? Does that? Let me ask you this. What is higher, the defensive coordinator or assistant head coach?
Is assistant head coach the same as like a?
Does he have a higher
DC
position than
OC?
Kane Womack?
I don't know.
No, I'm just no. I mean, I'm just saying. What I'm getting at is I'm trolling on titles. Titles don't mean, honestly, if you really want to know the truth, titles don't mean shit. Okay. And what's going to happen is somebody needed that title as offensive coordinator. Somebody needs the title of offensive line coach. But guess what? Coach Saban last year, what was his title? Head football coach. Guess what else he did? Guess what his real job was? And I can play the clip of Kevin Steele saying it. And Kevin Steele was like, you think I'm the defensive coordinator? That's just the title that they gave him to pay him more money, right? But the real defensive coordinator was Coach Saban. And that's why, thank you. Titles mean money. That's it. But on the field, it might not mean much, right? Like somebody needs a title and it does equal to, more money. But overall, I mean, honestly, Coach Saban was the defensive coordinator. And then under him, if you want to say it was kind of a triangle like what I went to yesterday, was T-Rob and Kevin Steele. And so coming back to this season, yes, coaching is everything. So guess what? It works out perfect for Alabama and Kalen DeBoer because he's an offensive-minded coach. So under him, he is the guy, right, facilitating all of this. I do not think that Nick Sheridan's going to be like, all right, scoot over, Coach Kalen DeBoer. Hey, I'm the captain now. I don't think he's going to be like, hold on, Jamarcus Shepard, sit right there. I think what is going to happen is, Oliver, what's up, man? See you coming in as a new member. Hell yeah. Welcome to the party, man. If everybody could welcome Oliver inside the comment box, I'd appreciate you guys. So I think what is going to happen when these guys sit in their first offensive meeting, I think that Kalen DeBoer is going to be up on the board along with Nick Sheridan, along with Jamarcus Shepard, and they're going to be delivering Coach Kalen DeBoer's offensive philosophy to the players that are already on the team. And don't get it twisted. Like the players that are coming back are ultra talented. Right? No, a lot of people want to continue to throw, shade at Jalen Milroe, whatever. I guarantee you, if Jalen Milroe was to enter the transfer portal today and go anywhere else inside the country, people would be ecstatic, elated. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you inside the comment box. If Jalen Milroe in April 15th was to be like, you know what? I'm out of here. Do you think look, Caleb Downs got 115 calls the hour he got. Jalen Milroe gets 5,000 calls.
Yeah. Okay,
I promise you. And guess what? The people who always leave are the people that you always think about. That's how it happens. You're like, oh man, remember when he was here? That's exactly what would happen. So I think that he's coming back. Justice Haynes is coming back, right? You also have BB coming back, and she's killing it this morning. Dunking on y'all. Gifted 5 Bama football YouTube memberships right here on Bama football on YouTube. Man, I'm feeling good this morning. So my point is, with Nick Sheridan kind of having that title as the OC, and I don't want to take anything away from him because I think that he is capable. I'm telling you, go listen to Ryan Fowler's interview with Yogi Roth. He says a lot of positive things about Nick Sheridan. Now, I don't think he's going to be the sole guy. I think it's going to be Caleb DeBoer's offense, and then underneath him, Nick Sheridan and Jamarcus Shepard. The thing about Jamarcus Shepard, what he brings to the table is the fact that he's been a co-offensive coordinator before, which means he's going to eventually have the main title as offensive coordinator during some point of his career, probably a head football coach. These are what all these coaches are going for. So Jamarcus Shepard does a great job working with the wide receivers. I've mentioned this several times. He coached at Purdue. a few years ago, and he brought up Ricky, man, it's all good, man. Doesn't just come as you are to our show right here at Bama Football on YouTube, and it's free just to hit the thumbs up button. Just hit the thumbs up button, man. We love you. We appreciate you. Thank you for rocking with us right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Just a couple years ago, Jamarcus Shepard coached up Rondale Moore. Rondale Moore was one of the most dangerous wide receivers in all of college football. Of course, we can't take anything away from Rondale Moore, but I'm talking about team specifics about Purdue's offense. So, and a lot of people are like, well, a lot of these guys are from the Big Ten and their offense, and Indiana at one point, and Purdue at one point. Okay, people continue to grow in their career. You're going to judge my talent right now, like me specifically, and my talent that I was from New Mexico a couple years ago, that I covered only high school sports, that I had never ever been to a game at Alabama football. No, that is where I cut my teeth. That is where I learned my craft to be able to be here, right? If it wasn't for, so my point is, like, I wouldn't be in this position having this YouTube channel if I didn't practice somewhere else at a damn good place. I love New Mexico. I loved every single second of it, because earning, same thing, building the fan funders, earning the subscriptions, earning the trust from people helped me get to this point in my life. Just like those coaching stops help them get to this point in their life. Now, there's one thing to talk about it in February. The second thing to do is to be able to have that same philosophy and strategy and carry it over into your players, and be able to do that in March and April, right? Be able to have a strong spring showing, and then carry that over into August, right? And August is really where you build your team. And you come out of the gate swinging. You got Western Kentucky. You go into that game with the mindset that we are going to dominate, that we are protecting this brand that Coach Saban built. We are protecting this brand that everybody else built behind it. We are carrying that brand into this season as teammates, as a brotherhood. You don't want to be here? Then fine. Then go somewhere else and get rolled over. Just like Deontay Lawson said, 100%. And you go in with that mentality. And Coach Kalen DeBoer, look, he's got the stones to come over and take over for Coach Saban, the greatest college football coach ever, right? You got to be a grown man to do that. 100%. What's up, Steven? I see you inside the comment box. Jarvis, what's good, man? Appreciate you coming here, man. I like the New Mexico State uniforms. Me too. Roll Aggies. And Jerry Kill, by the way, the head football coach, he dipped out. Now he's the head football coach at Vanderbilt. And so is Diego Pavia. Just hit the transfer portal from New Mexico State, and he's going to be the quarterback at Vanderbilt.
Sorry, the New Mexico State head coach is now at Vanderbilt?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, and Alabama goes to Nash Vegas this year, so he's going to be taking that. So he better be taking over that poncho.
Yeah, the camo.
Yeah, no, it was just like a whole New Mexico State poncho that he would wear. Jerry Kill, honestly, that guy doesn't give two Fs, and you know what? It's because he almost died. He almost died like 5 times. Yes. Yeah, he does look like he looks comfortable. Like, okay, look, there's a lot of formalities when we get onto the show and stuff like that. You change your clothes, you change your appearance, right? You dress up, you comb your hair. But at the end of the day, he obviously wants to be presentable, but I think he's just like, look, this is who I am, period. And life is short, and this is who I am, and I'm going to say what I think, and I'm going to, honestly, like the guy, like Jerry Kill, look up his story. He did great things at New Mexico State. All right. Patriot Life in with 5 fan funder memberships. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And when you gift a membership, you give somebody a taste of what they get as a fan funder right here on Bama Football on YouTube. So we appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you so much. And we appreciate you guys, and hoping that so this is the funny thing. Okay. T, can we pull up that photo of Nick Sheridan that the comedian tweeted, Chris Mahler, and pull it in? Okay, so everybody, and I'm gonna take your calls in like 5 minutes. So everybody was laughing about they weren't laughing, they're having a good time with Nick Sheridan and like who he looks like, right? Everybody kind of looks like somebody, everybody has like a doppelganger, whatever it is. But Nick Sheridan, there was this tweet that went out by a comedian on Twitter, and it had me dying laughing. So it's like Nick Sheridan's face, it's like a profile one way, and then he's kind of like coaching in the other. And T's going to bring it up in just a second. And everybody was commenting that it looked like 2 different faces. And then everybody started blending kind of the faces together of who they thought. And some people said it was Will Reichard. If Will Reichard and Will Muschamp had a baby, T.
It was pretty funny. It's that guy's last name, Mahler, M-O-L-L-E-R.
Yeah. I don't know. I might have just made it up. I think if I type in Chris, I'll be able to find it. Yeah. It is so funny. Oh yeah, Marler. So Marler. Do you want me just to share it? I can share it from my screen.
I can't find it.
Oh, you can't find the
name?
I
got it.
Okay, cool. All right. She's got it. All right. Well, everybody, please welcome in Anthony. What's up, man? Anthony, I appreciate you becoming a new member right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Hit the hyperlink if you want to get a taste of what being a fan funder includes right here on Bama Football on YouTube. We appreciate you guys so much, and you get exclusive access to emojis and some membership-only videos. More exclusive videos will come. Oh, yeah, it looks like a young Mike Leach. That was the other name. I'm telling you. Yes, it was. Right? Yeah, it was. Okay. I'm going to open up the call line. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Literally, I can usually do this like under 30 seconds. Don't go away. Be right back in like 2 seconds. All right, fam. I'm back. All right. Change the audio. All right. Okay, so this is the photo that we're talking about. Can we get a full screen, T? All right. So people were talking about this, and for whatever reason I can't see it, but it was saying that Nick Sheridan looks like Christian Bale and Mike Leach had a baby. So if you look to this particular photo right here, you can see, if you put the hair, like if you cover up the face and you look at the hair, there's like Christian Bale. But then you have some Mike Leach, and then somebody was saying it was Will Reichard and Will Muschamp.
I definitely see Reichard in this too.
I do see Reichard too. And once you look at this photo, you can't look when you now look, you see this.
I see Reichard and Christian Bale every time now.
Yeah. Could you zoom it or a little bit on the screen? Yeah, I don't know. Right? Who are you seeing inside the comment box, chat? Undefeated. What's up, Patriot Life? Yeah, thank you so much, man. We appreciate you being here so much. Who are you guys seeing? Who else are we seeing? I don't know. I definitely see Will Reichard. I see Will Muschamp. I mean, do I even see a little bit of Jim McElwain in there? It's kind of like all the past coaches back. Oh, Mike Leach. Yeah. Like a young Mike Leach. Yes, that is Mike Leach. The Eli Manning. Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my God. Eli Manning. Yes. It's Eli Manning looking right. It's Eli. Yeah, now with the OC
Zachary
title.
Quinto, that's not bad too. Or
I think, you know what just freaked me out? Now I can't unsee Eli Manning. Damn.
Do you know who Zachary Quinto is?
No.
I see that too.
Gary Bama for life. Good morning, man. What's poppin'? Good to see you, man. Thanks for joining us right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Yeah, that DNA test would be wild. Hey, Chris, you have to be like a random gift, and you have to be kind of gifted a fan funder membership, man. All right, call line is open, and the number is 205-850-1994 if you want to call and get along. Oh yes, that was the other thing, was Reese Davis. Yeah. So okay, how about this? You got the hair of Reese Davis and the face, the almost like kind of the opening forehead of Eli Manning, and the bottom face of Leach.
Yeah.
With like a Leach combined with
Reichard.
Like some Christian Bale.
Christian Bale's up top.
I know, but look, where's the Eli Manning?
The profile.
You know what we need is some profiles to be on here. Yeah, Ben Stiller. Wow. And see, I'm seeing all of this from the profile picture that's black and white.
Yeah.
That's where I'm getting everything. Other than that, I don't know. I see BB saying that she does see
Reese.
Yeah, she does see Reese Davis. I do too. Huh. Let's see. Bama Fanatic. Can we post that one? What does he say? Read that out, T.
So he says, if Christian Bale had an older brother who was an accountant, this is what it would look like.
Yeah. Yeah, no, exactly. Oh, yeah.
Scott Disick, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, this
Isn't
is so
it wild?
weird.
This is the first person I think I've ever seen in history that has had so many
lookalikes.
non-generic white dude.
Yeah, that's what it is, though.
But
he's got one of those faces.
He does. All right. What's up, AJ? Good morning to you. I see you inside the comment box as well. Oh, yeah. I guess, yes, that is it. Caleb, thank you. I was trying to figure this out. We got 2 callers on. I'll take them in just a second. But the mouth from the bottom, that's where I'm seeing Eli. Yes. Mm-hmm. So I'm seeing a Reese Davis hair.
And see, I don't see Messi in it, but people are saying that.
I kind of did yesterday too.
Yeah, the hair.
Isn't it crazy? This was like, I was dying laughing yesterday looking at this. I don't know. It just makes me laugh. Talk about Branchkin. All right. Let's continue. Okay, we'll go to our first caller. He's calling from behind bars in Austin. Where's he calling from, T?
I think it's the Austin Penitentiary.
The Austin Penitentiary. Let's turn the music down. Get the free mic emojis up so you know who's calling in. Collect call from
Mike and the penitentiary.
To accept, press 1. Beep. Mike, what's up, buddy?
Good morning, Kyle. Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. Everything is good. I'm calling you actually from New Braunfels, Texas this morning. I don't know if you've ever been to New Braunfels, Texas, but it's probably one of the greatest little cities in the country. It's a great place. So they let us out of the pen for the day. We're actually on a field trip, all going to the zoo. So you can just stay out zoo today, everybody. There's going to be 500 inmates there, just so you know. So, but anyway, Kyle, I like the new hire. I like the offensive coach hire. I like having somebody that I'm not real familiar with, as opposed to somebody I already know. Like we already know who all these other experienced guys are. So I like bringing some youth into the roster, to the coaching staff. So I like the offensive hires, but I'm definitely ready just to see what the product is on the field. You know, that's what's important, the product on the field. So definitely ready for spring ball to get here. But from this point, I guess the entire coaching staff is in place. And, you know, when the portal opens up, I just hope we don't lose nobody, but we can probably bring people in this go around. So, but I'm very happy about the offensive hire. But one more thing real quick, Kyle, before I let you go. Do you know, and this is silliness, just by the way, this is not football, but this is kind of silliness. Now that we know Travis Kelce is an immature moron, is it time for Taylor Swift to go ahead and get her third breakup album going? Can we go ahead and say that's given that's going to happen here pretty soon? Because that's anyway, Kyle, that's all I got. Look, good luck. God bless y'all. Roll Tide, and the future's bright. Bye.
All right, man. Take it easy. All right, that's Mike on a field trip. That's the what was the prison movie where they went on was it Life? Remember when they went on they were always working out in the field?
I don't think I saw Life.
Yeah, it was Life. I think Eddie Murphy might have been in it.
Oh, okay.
In Shawshank, they went a couple times. I think out of Shawshank, just a couple times when they started looking for rocks and whatnot.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, you remember that point.
Yeah, they had
that's when somebody came up and brought the warden a pie, but it had a bunch of cash in there. Does anybody remember that?
Yeah.
Anyways, we
It's called work release, Mike.
yeah, it's called work release.
Field trip.
I think there will be some names that head out in the transfer portal. I mean, how can they not, right? Yeah, Eddie Murphy, thank you, and Martin Lawrence. Yeah, that was the movie I was talking about, Life. Yeah, it was a good movie. Yeah, and they were like always like working out. They were, it was like outside work after they were in prison. Anyways, I think that with the transfer portal, guys are going to leave 100%, but guys are going to come in 100%. So just remember A-Day, you could like take a little vacation, be like, oh, that was fun to talk about A-Day. And you're like, oh crap, 2 more days later is like the transfer portal. So that's good. We're going to definitely have work after A-Day. 1,000,000%. Good morning to you, Jimmy Brown. I see you inside the comment box as well. Yeah, Larry Large, man. Definitely agree, man. That is, you're going to eat that cornbread. Yeah. Eddie Murphy. What? Oh, okay. How about this?
Movie too.
You've never seen an Eddie Murphy?
No, I've seen.
Oh
no,
my
I've
God,
seen like almost all the other Eddie Murphy movies. So that's weird. I haven't
Yes,
seen
they got framed. Okay. All right, chat. Here we go. Undefeated. Favorite Eddie Murphy movie? Post it inside the comment box. I'm gonna take my next call in just a second. Favorite Eddie Murphy movie? What's hilarious is Coming to
That's what I was. Mine's Coming to America for sure.
I love how he wakes up in the morning and everyone's there.
I watched that with my dad when I was little.
You know what? What's really weird is I watched it with my kids too, and it's bad.
Yeah, it's bad, right? Like there's some like cringy moments
when he gets into the bathroom, cleaning him. He's just standing there, and the royal beep is clean. It's like I was like,
and my dad gets like the worst secondhand embarrassment. So it's really funny watching it.
Oh yeah. All right, read out some of these names for the favorite, and then
we got some Coming to Americas, Beverly Hills Cop, Golden Child.
Yeah, I mean, look at all these.
Life in Harlem Nights.
And have you ever seen online the comedy, the stand-up?
Yeah.
What is it called? Oh, Delirious.
Yes.
Have you seen Delirious?
Yes.
It is honestly the funniest stand-up I think you could watch, honestly. Well, I mean, Dave Chappelle's certainly up there. When he goes to San Francisco and he's like, San Francisco's nice. He's like, everyone's in Birkenstocks. They're like, hi, Dave. And he's like, you go to Oakland. They're like, welcome to Oakland. Yeah, those are hilarious. Look at all these Boomerang. Oh, Nutty Professor. Because Nutty Professor, didn't that... yeah, I remember. And he played all of those characters.
That was one where he did like every single...
Hercules.
Beverly Hills Cop, yeah.
100%. Oh, yeah. He was the donkey in Shrek.
Yeah.
And did a damn good job.
Trading Places.
Yeah. All right. 865, come with it. Hey, I think this is Angel, right? Angel from Pigeon Forge?
What's up, Kyle? It's Angel from Pigeon Forge, man.
What's up, man? Good morning
How's
to
it
you.
going?
I appreciate you calling in, man. Welcome on into the show, man, and take it away. Good morning.
Thank you. Yes. First of all, I do like the hire, even though it's not what everyone wanted in Kirby Moore, but hey, we'll take it. And he's got a good track record. He's been everywhere he's been, and he's been the winner. And for our next coach, for tight end coach, it should be Tommy Reese. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That was terrible. I had to throw that out there. I'm a pretty good troller at that, but yeah, I do love the hire. I think he's going to do great. I mean, titles don't really mean nothing unless you prove it on the field and everything. That's just how I look at it. But I'm kind of glad he got experience everywhere he's been, and especially Indiana. They were hot that year, and they could have won that game against Ohio State. But injuries happen. What happened to Penix? That was unfortunate, but I do like the hire. I think he'll do great. He just got to recruit and do really good at coaching. And then, and Coach KD knew he had a plan going in when Grubb left. It's just, it is what it is, but I'm kind of glad we have it all taken care of now.
Yeah, and it feels it feels good to move past all that other stuff, because it never felt like anything was solidified with anything under grub, right? So like that is what people don't like. Honestly, people don't like uncertainty, and people don't like when people waffle and when there's no like basis, because this program has had so much of a solid foundation that anytime you get somebody in here, it's kind of like wishy-washy. And just like I said, people like can smell BS like miles and miles away. So they knew, they're like, well, update your stuff. Like say that you're here. Like, like we in this together. Everybody like Shepard's in, Sheridan's in, Courtney Morgan's out there pumping his chest that he's never felt more love. And you're like, what's going on here? So it feels good to kind of get past that. Nick Sheridan now coming in, and it's a huge jump. But like you said, Indiana had some good things coming. And I think, listen, a lot of it is about the X's and O's, but a lot of it too is about the Jimmies and Joes. And what I mean by that is like, yeah, you can drop some good plays on the field, but like you also have to have the players to do this. And, under Coach Kalen DeBoer's offense and Nick Sheridan, Jamarcus Shepard, I love, all the players that are coming back. So get a good cohesiveness with those guys. I mean, yesterday, I think, and we can can you bring this tweet up? You don't have to play the video, but it's a tweet up of Austin Mack. Austin Mack has been a quarterback that has been really vocal. We haven't seen, honestly, too much from the other quarterbacks besides like, Jalen Milroe have his quarterback camp. But Austin Mack is like, we're here, we're rolling. And he started to kind of be a vocal guy on the social media presence. And you saw him tweet something yesterday. I think it was like Roll Tide Willie, kind of a blitz, Bama blitz. But yeah, these guys are excited and ready to move forward. What else you got, Angel?
Yeah, I watched the Super Bowl the other day, and it was, I don't know, man. It's kind of getting repetitive with the Chiefs every single time. And Travis Kelce didn't really do much in that game, except for yell at Andy Reid like a little baby, like a crybaby. But and then Taylor Swift, they kept showing her every single time, and it was annoying. I mean, I'm getting tired of this. But it is what it is. They had a chance to win the game, and they didn't. And they also said something about they didn't know about the overtime ruling, which, everyone should have known that going in. But I guess Shanahan didn't know that, I guess. But it is what it is. You can't win them all. What's your thoughts on that, though, on the whole thing?
On what was that, Angel?
The Super Bowl thing and everything, and Taylor Swift and
I think like Free Mike was saying, he was talking about Travis Kelce. Look, number one, definitely shouldn't have rolled up on Andy Reid like that. It's kind of been interesting. Like, I didn't really dislike Travis Kelce. I didn't really have an opinion on him other than the fact that was targeted so many times by Patty Mahomes. Like even like prior to him being with Taylor Swift, right? Like he just there was a game I think he caught like 12, 15 receptions. He was always over and always open. And then, this last thing, ever since he's been with like Taylor Swift, it seems like he's became much more egotistical. And of course, like the limelight is on all these guys. And I don't even know this guy from Adam, but I just don't like the way that he rolled up on Coach Reid. I'm surprised that like Coach Reid could have literally like turned around and just decked him. Honestly, like he pushed him, like that was completely uncalled for. A lot of people, like my daughter, we were watching the Super Bowl together. What did my daughter, who is 10, what did she say after that?
After the Super Bowl?
No, after Travis Kelce like went and did that.
Oh yeah,
too.
she was like, I'm scared for Taylor now.
Exactly. So think about kind of from like Taylor's standpoint, Taylor Swift, like what are people saying in that corner? I have no idea. That's not my realm. I don't cover any of that like popular culture stuff. Shouldn't have done it. I don't even know if like he apologized about any of that. Whatever the case is, do I think that they will break up? Probably. It's like this is all like, you think the NFL is scripted, like celebrities do different things, for more pub. And who knows, maybe Roger Goodell, knowing that the NFL numbers were somewhat tanking, he needed a way to get more people involved, to get more eyeballs in it. I don't know. So, but anyways, I'm glad that we're past it. It sucks that the 49ers lost. We followed the 49ers here at this house, and they should have. I mean, there was a couple things that Shanahan did in that game that I thought could have gone a different direction, but whatever the case is, I mean, Patty Mahomes. Well, what I know is Patty Mahomes is a baller, and it's tough to stop him. I mean, he's one of the greats, and he's certainly crushing it. So. He's a tough quarterback to stop. You cannot leave any time for Patrick Mahomes. The guy is unbelievable in his craft. So anything else you want to make a final point, Angel? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. For this season going forward, I think it's uncertain that we know what our record's going to be and how the games are going to be played and all that. And our first opponent, I think, is Western Kentucky or whatever. I mean, you shouldn't really sleep on any opponent.
Sure.
And like Coach Saban said, We can get anybody we can play to play us, and we'll play them. And he made that little rant when he was the head coach, and he made a good point though. Like we try to get people to play him, but it's hard when you schedule people because they're so afraid of you for so long that they don't want to play you.
Mm-hmm.
And of course now he's gone. That don't mean nothing anymore. But we'll be ready for any type of opponent. Like I'm just excited for the season, man, because it's going to be a long season. It's going to be grueling. It's going to be heartbreak. It's going to be all this. But hey, we get two chances to get into the playoff, and I think we should get in the playoff because we got the guys and the coaches and all that. Keep it rolling. So that's how I think about that.
All right, man. Yeah, well, I appreciate you calling in, Angel. Definitely call again next time, man. Appreciate you, bro.
Thank you.
All right.
Roll Tide.
Yeah, roll Tide to you. Angel calling in from Pigeon Forge. Yeah, like Mahomes is unbelievable. Hey, what's up, Kevin? I see you inside the comment box, man. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you guys joining us right here on Bama Football on YouTube. This was the tweeter that I was talking about. You can go watch the video on YouTube, but basically it's Austin Mack is saying what the screen's kind of small for me on this side. What does he say, T? Yeah. What did he say?
Austin Mack, he's saying DW, we locked in.
Yeah, so
roll damn Tide.
It's good to see these guys coming out, and Austin Mack, he's been pretty vocal on Instagram, and definitely go follow him. Can you zoom in on his Twitter account so people can go follow him if they haven't?
Yeah, it's Austin Mack 2024.
Yeah, and Austin Mack 2024, yeah.
Can you see that?
Yeah, there you go. Go follow him, please, if you can, if you have Twitter or whatever. And I like, Jason Kelsey too. I like him for whatever reason. Travis's brother. Mm-hmm. You know what? Around Christmas time, I always play. So Jason Kelsey, the Philadelphia, and I'm a 49ers fan, but the Eagles put together a Christmas album with like some of the offensive linemen. And Jason Kelsey, with his big old voice, he's like a big bear, you know? Yeah. He's like, I'm dreaming of a wild Christmas. It's good. I played it. My mom, she was, she. Oh,
you know what? I heard that. Yeah.
Look, when Christmas hits, as soon as it
was good.
Thanksgiving, we start playing Christmas stuff. But anyways, yeah, the Eagles have a good one. So, anyways. So kind of like recapping, what we talked about Nick Sheridan, and I was kind of talking about Alabama's offense. And when you look to all the components, and by the way, the call-in line is open at the bottom of the screen, 205-850-1994. I appreciate you guys being here. If you want to chat with me, you can call in. I'll be here till 9 a.m. And then we got Around the Table Sports with Ty Hayes coming in. And then at the 10 a.m. spot, you got the Merrill Report, and then you got Coach Smook. We're doing some maintenance today. So after Coach Smook, we're going to end that stream, do some maintenance, work on the YouTube channel, work on some back-end stuff. Of course, look, you want news to happen? Get me out of my office. You want major news to happen? And I understand the world doesn't revolve around me. It's just this happens. Get me on an airplane. Then you want some major news to happen. So we will be doing maintenance today from probably like 12:30 to, what are we back on at 6? Yeah, so about 6. So you can come back. But if news happens, you might see me like, downtown Tuscaloosa on my phone or something like that. So that's why it's important to hit those notifications. Good update to 1080p. So we're always mixing and matching with like our cameras, and we updated our different frames. So we have this one. We came up with this one over here. This one's pulled a little bit closer. So we're always mixing and stuff. So and the thought is to make sure that eventually all of our content creators have, it doesn't have to be similar to what I have, but that everything looks somewhat uniformed and the sound is good. And I loved Merrill. What did you guys get a chance to check out Merrill yesterday? That was I his second time on, right? That was his second time on. So Merrill lives out actually in Washington, like state of Washington. We had him yesterday, and he'll be back again. It kind of like depends on like the working schedule of some of our content creators. So we appreciate you guys' feedback on all of our content creators, and we'd like to have you guys here. So thank you so much for supporting us. All right, we will go back to the phone lines. We got a 251. Hey, good morning. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Good morning, Kyle. It's Cindy Middleton from Saraland.
Hey, Cindy, good morning. I appreciate you calling up. from LA. Thank you so much for being a fan funder and for all your support on the YouTube channel. But I hope you're off to a really good Wednesday. Happy Valentine's to you and your loved ones. We appreciate you calling in. Welcome to the show. Feel at home.
I was just ripping the ladies in the chat box, and I wanted to give a shout out to Caitlin and BB and Carla and Makeda, and just to tell them that you got some good followers in there, and we love the Undefeated. And I'm hoping everybody will show up to A-Day.
You know, Cindy, I've been thinking about, well, first of all, thanks for the call for all of our ladies inside chat and inside the Undefeated. And when I think about Ada, and I was talking about this earlier, and I don't even know how realistic this would be going forward, but I would love, we updated our backdrop to be Bryant-Denny Stadium at night. And I really felt, and I know people have kind of, it's a copycat, college football system, but Bryant-Denny Stadium, if you've had a chance to come to a game at night, I know you have, T, what is the experience at night?
Oh, yeah, it's a totally different vibe.
It's a totally different
It's
vibe.
awesome.
Right? Can you show a large picture, T, that you took and put it on screen?
Yeah.
And so my thought process was, and I don't know, the logistics of it would probably be a pain, to maybe set this up. But can you think about an 8-day experience for the first time of Coach Kalen DeBoer at night? You have the DJ, because it's a completely different experience. And sometimes I feel that A-Day overall can be a little bit dry because it's a practice and it's a little bit boring. It's a little bit mundane. But if you did it at night, you can, maybe make time for more people to come into town, stay in Tuscaloosa, right? It's another opportunity. You have a Parents' Day or whatever around that. Cynthia, what do you think about that, having A-Day at night?
It would be awesome. I've actually been there at night to LSU play. That was the last game for the Cookie Monster.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
At Orgeron. But it was absolutely awesome. Just crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy atmosphere.
See, and so Evron is saying if the heat index isn't 105, yeah, sometimes, 8, and that's the other thing too, is we all know this who live in the South. During that time, tornado season starts. We don't have to be quiet about it. This is where we live. We understand that. So that could also be kind of the weather, but you never know. I mean, it rarely rained. The only time I saw it rain ever on Coach Saban was that South Florida game, where the game was actually...
Didn't he look miserable?
Oh, my God. We've brought that photo up a couple times. We've talked about that. That game sucked. It was just... It had no... But now South Florida and Alex Golish, who was their head football coach, they come up this season to Tuscaloosa. What else you got, Cynthia? Hey, Cynthia, so I wanted to ask you something, I guess, before you make your final point. But you're from the Saraland area. Or from Saraland, LA, as I like to refer to it.
Yeah.
I don't know how long you've lived there, but is this the most hype, the biggest recruit, Ryan Williams? What was kind of the feel around Saraland when you had Ryan Williams playing right there?
Oh, everybody was excited, and all my Undefeated fans, if you haven't seen him play live, you are in for a treat.
What was it like? Was it unbelievable? Every time you touched the football, was it just kind of hold your breath?
Oh yeah. You knew something good was going to happen.
Yeah. And his speed is what really excites me.
Yeah, I mean, you blink and he's gone. So
I know.
It was definitely exciting. Everybody around Saraland is just over the moon for him, and he's such a great kid. His family is great people. So it's going to be exciting to see him in Crimson for sure.
All right, you want to make a final point, Cynthia, before I move on?
I just want to let you know I'm real high on Womack. I know you kind of heard a little bit about him, but he is great, and y'all just be excited. Our defense is going to be so good. I just know it. He's awesome, and he's got an in with all these coaches around here, and he's working hard. So I expect good things.
Yeah, well, really good call, Cynthia, and thank you so much for the support inside chat and being one of the Undefeated. We really appreciate you. Feel free to call in again anytime, and thank you so much for your support, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, Kyle, and you take it easy, T.
All right.
Thanks, Cynthia.
All right.
Bye-bye. All right.
Cynthia calling in from Saraland, talking about Kane Womack and then also Ryan Williams. I mean, be able to see, that's the thing that like really stands out to me about what do we got here, T? This one?
Yeah, that's one of the night ones. But
Oh, I have one that I could send to you from Caden. Here we go. Let's see. You want to try this one? I think I can bring one up actually, because I sent it to myself when I was like updating. So a couple of them. So here's at night. I would just want to kind of show the night atmosphere. So here's one, but kind of before like they did the lights. And I mean, look, it's always been an incredible atmosphere to watch a game at 100%. But when you put the lights to it, I mean, it completely changed. And they put like the DJ, and I mean, it's a completely different experience. So this is where my son sat. I think you're here too, T, on this. So here's Bryant Denny at night. I'm sure you've seen it. I mean, this is everyone's seen me. This is actually where the media used to sit. All right, let's try it. How's that coming in, T? A little bit. Okay, so this was like the a decent atmosphere. Okay, it looked pretty good. You're like, wow, that's amazing. But then they added this, and I'll go closer in on this. So this is, my son took this, Caden took this, and you can see overall, I mean, like that type of atmosphere. I mean, it's unbelievable. And the players like run out as well. So, I mean, Bryant Denny Stadium at night is just different. So that's what I was kind of saying, maybe a night game for 8-8. I don't know all the logistics or whatever, but I was just kind of saying that experience is unbelievable, 100%.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. If you want to, I'll send that to you if you want to be able to add that a little bit better. I don't know. I was having trouble. Just sent it to you. Okay, I'm here for 9 more minutes. So I'll leave the call-in line number at the bottom of the screen if you guys want to call in as well. I'll take a couple more calls, and then I'm turning it over to Ty Hayes. And as I said, please note that we are doing some maintenance today after Coach Smook. So we will go offline, but we will be back online for 6 o'clock. So I'm still trying to see about, I'm honestly seeing too, like the difference, and I'm using February as a testing phase. What is it like when we don't stream all day long? Do we get back into the audience in the evening time? So I'm in charge of like all of those decisions, right? It's my responsibility to do what's best for the channel. So those are the things that I'm doing. So in February is going to be different how we cover the team as opposed to March to April to May to June, right? To the season. So what I've heard, check this out. I heard that we're going to be able to see some practice this season from Alabama, which we didn't get to do during the back end of Coach Saban's career. After COVID, we didn't get to go watch the team practice at all. Zero. They would send us a minute of practice footage, and it was just of them in individual, like stretching, whatever. But now this season, from what I understand, we are going to be able to watch the team practice. I don't know the length of the practice, but a lot of that could come at the beginning of the week. And then we are going to get to hear from the offensive coordinators and Coach Kayla DeBoer early in the week as well from a press conference standpoint. So we're going to hear from, I don't know the dates on this. Let's just say during the season, we're like, it's Western Kentucky. Let's say it's on Tuesday or Monday or whatever, you have Coach Kalen DeBoer at the podium. Then you have Nick Sheridan at the podium. And then you have Kane Womack at the podium, followed by Jalen Milroe, followed by, I don't know, Deontay Lawson. We're also going to be able to watch practice maybe early in the week at some point. So I think early in the week coverage is going to be really cool to see, right? Something that just didn't happen at under Coach Saban. You got to hear from the defensive coordinator and the offensive coordinator just in the beginning of the season. They had media day, but that was just a one-time deal. But other than that, and even post-game, you could only talk to Coach Saban and selected players. So I think this coming season, it's going to be great in terms of some new access that we get to the team. So from I'm a part of the media, so I can go to the Malmore and watch interviews, but you can't watch practice. And I think you're going to be able to watch some practices, not all of them, of course. But I think that is going to be a nice little wrinkle that should really excite you about this coming season. So really fired up about that. And I think it'll be, I always kind of wondered why we weren't able to hear from the offensive coordinator and the defensive coordinator after, marquee games under Coach Saban. For example, like I kind of rewind to that Texas game, like Jalen Milroe had to come out and talk to the media, right? I mean, that game sucked. Nobody wanted to talk to media after that game. Hey, Jalen, why'd you throw those interceptions? Right? Imagine if we were able to talk to Tommy Reese about the bad snaps, right? Hey, Tommy, why, or about some of the play calls or whatever, or Kevin Steele. Kevin Steele was a great interview. I caught up with Tommy Reese a couple times. He's just, he was a little bit younger. But Kevin Steele, like when you get older, you just don't care, right? And you're just more truthful. Do I think, so this is interesting, Larry. Do I think freshmen will get interviewed? So freshmen can give interviews right now. There's no more like the SID, they bring players to you, but if we were to get like a name, image, and likeness sponsor right now, like today, or if there was like a one of our fan funders on here wanted to become like a NIL sponsor, we could go up to a player and just pay them to have them be here, once a week. You'd have to figure it out, but yeah, you don't even have to go to the SID for interviews anymore. Of course, you have to go to the SID for interviews with like Kalen DeBoer, and they can say no, or the offensive or defensive coordinator. But now players that they can get paid, you just go right to it. But it's actually, you don't even go to the player usually. They have an agent. So like if you follow players, they all have for contact info, contact this agent. And then you contact the agent and you're like, hey, we're interested to interview this particular prospect. And they're like, okay, yeah, that sounds interesting. So for how much? And then you're like, 1,000. And they're like, how about 30,000? No, that's how it works, right?
That's exactly how it works.
They're like, well, no. And they're like, and whoever makes the first offer always has the lower hand. So they're like, make us an offer. You ever bought like a vehicle before? Whoever talks about money first loses. Right? It's the most awkward thing. Like you're like, okay, so let's talk price. And then each of you are like, I'm serious. Whoever mentions money first loses. And so like when you're talking to these agents, they're like, well, make us an offer. So that's kind of the world that we like live in right now. How would we go about that? T, how would be like, no, you tell us. We want a base price.
Exactly.
Give us a base price and we'll meet you at the base price, or like, see where you're at. Yeah. That's going to be our response. We can't just be like, make us an offer.
How do you even know where to start?
I don't know. We're going to bring on, looks like Ty Hayes is here. I want to talk to him about a couple things. Our next segment. Go to the 2 screen. Bring on Ty. Ty, you ready, man? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready to roll. Ty, what's up, man? Appreciate you being here.
Man, appreciate you having me as always.
Yeah, man. Have you had a little bit more time to think about this? I'm sure you have. This Nick Sheridan hire as the offensive coordinator. Before we get going, before Ty takes over, he has Around the Table Sports. Great YouTube channel, is up and coming. We have bigger plans for him right here on our YouTube channel. Love having him on, batting in the 2-hole. But I see your points here. I love all of them because and I like this first one, Ty, because before I talk to you about Nick, you saw the college football and the playoff committee. They signed, what was it, a $7 billion deal, right, for the college football playoff rights.
You know what bothers me so much about that, Kyle? And I'm going to put it to you like this. And every time I think about it, I actually get a little bit angry. And we've talked enough. I think we've done enough content where you can probably tell I'm a pretty chill person. It takes a lot to kind of move me one way or another. I'm a pretty even keel, chill person. They signed a 6 billion deal. But their idea of being legitimate in terms of the judicial system's view of their antitrust structure is not to use the $6 billion that they're getting, not to use the billions of dollars that they're getting. It's to ask fans to pay the players. They're getting billions of dollars. But their way to scapegoat any sort of judicial question is to ask fans to pay players. Now, listen, I'm all good with NIL. I think that's wonderful.
Yeah.
But it just blows my mind that we have a multi-billion-dollar industry that is too greedy to have anything affect their bottom line, and we could see college football crumble from greed.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, hit on that topic. I like that first point. Before I turn the keys over to you, give me like a real quick kind of meat and potatoes about Nick Sheridan and just what you've had to think about now that you've had some time to sleep on the decision for Alabama to make their offensive coordinator, the former tight ends coach.
When it happened yesterday, my thought was I'm not super high on it, but it makes sense, right? Like, that was my take yesterday, is this makes a ton of sense. Now, at the time, I wasn't the biggest on it. And not to say that I was disappointed in the hire. It's just, it was one where it was like, okay, well, we knew Ryan Grubb was going to be like this rock star. Is Nick Sheridan going to be able to replace that? And I understand it's DeBoer's offense, but Grubb understood the intricacies within that offense. But the more I've really gone back, the more I kind of look, the more I think, the more I sit back, the more I kind of start moving over to being like, not only does this hire make a lot of sense, which we acknowledged yesterday, this is a solid hire. This is a really solid hire. I think I'm very excited to see what they're able to do, especially at the point where they're keeping Jamarcus Shepard as a co-offensive coordinator. I'm excited to see what it looks like. So, we'll see.
Before we get to our segment, we want to remind people that we are sponsored by Residence Inn in Ocean City, Maryland. Definitely check out, their property. It looks fantastic. We have plans to actually get up there at some point. And actually, Coach Smook, when he's driving down from Virginia, he's going to stop and stay at the Residence Inn right here in Maryland. So guests can book
Is that from
as residenceinn.com, residenceinnoc.com. Use the promo code LPR for special Bama football pricing. And I was talking to Coach Smook, and we're figuring all this out, and he's like, I definitely want to get there and hang out and go live from there. So wait, are we saying Scott Cochran no longer with GA? Is that kind of
Scott Cochran's no longer with UGA?
All right. Will you hit on that will you hit on that quick, Ty, before we move to the topics, and then we'll get with your segment.
Yeah. So Scott Cochran,
and
formerly,
have a good segment, Ty. I'll catch up with you, man.
As always, man. Appreciate you for having me on. Scott Cochran no longer with UGA. Now, I saw this as I was coming on here. I haven't had an opportunity to sit down, read the article. It just came out 20 minutes ago, but I'm pulling it up on UGAsports.com. Scott Cochran not on Georgia's staff. This is by Anthony Dasher, once again, of UGAsports.com. Want to make sure that gets properly sourced one more time. UGAsports.com. Author Anthony Dasher. So let's read this article. It's very short. Special teams coordinator Scott Cochran is currently not part of the University of Georgia football program, sources have told UGA Sports. Details are not available, but sources state that Cochran's office was empty Wednesday morning. Cochran joined Nick Kirby Smart's staff in 2020 as the Bulldogs special teams coordinator following a 13-year stint as the head strength and conditioning coach at Alabama, where he helped the Crimson Tide win 6 championships. At Georgia, Cochran served as an on-field assistant before Smart announced in August of 2021 that he was stepping away from the program to prioritize his mental health and well-being. Cochran would maintain his titles as special teams coordinator, but after returning to Georgia, remained in an off-field capacity. And that last part, that off-field capacity, is something we talked about the other day, that you're seeing more and more across college football, that your special teams coordinators are moving to off-field positions, which is really interesting. Georgia was not alone in doing that. In fact, Jay Nunez, who's now at Alabama, did the exact same thing with the Oklahoma Sooners. So that's becoming a little bit of a trend we're seeing across college football. How much it will remain, we will see. We will see. It's going to be interesting to see what it looks like in Alabama, though. With the movement of Nick Sheridan, it certainly opens up Jay Nunez for being able to go in there for an on-field position. Kelly says Cochran has been having some personal issues. Yeah, I knew about that the first time, and if that's what it is, we wish all the best, right? You don't ever want anybody unsuccessfully battling some of the demons and stuff. So wish him all the best. Going to be interesting to see what happens there. George is now going to be looking for a special teams coordinator, but it's like I said, it becomes a little bit easier to fill those roles when you don't have to fill it in an on-field capacity. You can do an off-field coach, and in my opinion, that gives you a little bit of flexibility. Real Talk says, good morning, Tide family. Good morning, Real Talk. George says Cochran is a great rah-rah guy, but his history of player injuries is staggering. Yeah, that was wild. That run of injuries at Alabama was all time. All time. George says, sources tell Football Scoop that longtime Alabama staffer George Benko is leaving the Crimson Tide for a spot in the NFL. Yeah, there's going to be some movement. K-Spray, what's up? Ty, K-Spray, happy you're here. That's the nature of the game. That's the nature of the game. BB says, I truly hope he's okay. Yeah, we hope that it's nothing serious. We hope that it's nothing like that. But ladies and gentlemen, as you see in front of you, we have some topics we need to get into today. We need to talk about how sustainable is college football. And when I say how sustainable is college football, I mean in its current capacity. We're going to kind of unpack that. We're going to talk about what has happened in terms of coaches leaving, what's happening in terms of some craziness. We're going to get into it all. We're going to talk about Bama's biggest concern and how that's something you need to be on the lookout for. We're going to get into some position battles. And as always, we're getting into the undefeated chat talk because I have to adjust my camera right here live in front of all you good people. Look at that. Here we go. So jumping into point number one. How sustainable is college football? Now, Robert Fowler in the chat says college football is doomed. And I certainly don't think I would go that far. But what I will say is college football in its current capacity isn't sustainable. It's just not. A few years ago, and I say a few years ago, it was probably a year ago, but time goes so quickly that I've lost track of it. About a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, I sat down with someone who was just really diving into the NIL space. And when I say they were diving into it, I don't mean as someone looking into it. I don't mean as someone writing about it or making content about it. This person was in the NIL space as a business. They had clients. They were in the NIL space. So I had an opportunity and I had about 2 hours to talk with him and his partner about NIL. And as always, for those of you that have been around the Table Sports channel for a while, you'll know that back in the day, we did not have the nice camera. We did not have the nice backdrop. I was recording off of a webcam on a laptop. And all that you would see that I had was, the regular backdrop, but my giant notebook. That's all you would see is the giant notebook. I sat down for 2 hours and took pages of notes talking to these two. And what I came away with was something they stated verbatim, was that NIL in its current model and its current capacity isn't going to be sustainable for multiple years. And I asked them why. And they said, because right now it's basically just trying to show off in NIL. People are throwing money at prospects just to prove how much they have. They were saying that the value right now in NIL is so inflated because it's so new. People aren't giving out figures with any sort of reasonable intent behind it. It's just all over the place. Now, I don't think it's changed that much in the year since we have spoke. Now, I probably need to get with them again, see what it's looking like right now, and I probably will do so. But that wasn't that long ago. And that was someone working in the NIL industry telling me this isn't sustainable as it currently is. Now, one of the reasons why I haven't been hitting the alarm bell is because I operate under this theory right here. All right. I operate under this theory that when it comes to the transfer portal and when it comes to NIL, the best case scenario would be for the NCAA to do something about it. However, let's be honest with each other. I have as much faith in the NCAA doing something about it as I have leaving my studio today, going in there and seeing that my dog has folded all of my laundry and has it ready for me to put away. I have no faith in that, much like I have no faith in the NCAA acting in good faith. But I do have faith that at a certain point, at a certain time, the free market will correct itself, if you will. Right now, as we currently sit here and talk, as I'm losing my voice. Oh boy. Right now, as we currently sit here and talk, how many players are in the transfer portal still? No, seriously, anybody in undefeated, how many players are in the transfer portal still? Is it over 1,000? Is it 1,500? A better question would be, how many players, and I don't know the answer to this. If you know it, please, by all means, hop in the chat and let me know. A better question would be, how many players from 2023 never found a home? How many players that entered the transfer portal last year never found a home? How many players that have entered the transfer portal ended up never getting back into college football, whether that was after they transferred the first time or the second time? What's the number? Jor says it's in the thousands, and I think it is around 1,000, right? It's certainly in 2024. I don't know what it looks like in 2023, but the reason I bring that up, at a certain point, people are going to look up and say, there's currently 1,000 people sitting in the transfer portal with no home. There hasn't been a diminishment in how many high school guys are coming out. So you still have all of these guys at the high school ranks. There's over 1,000 guys in the transfer portal without a home. Is it best for me to enter the transfer portal? At a certain point, that's what I mean when I say I think the free market will kind of correct itself. Because at a certain point, people are going to have to look around and say, this has not worked out in the manner so many have hoped. Now, that's a real bleak outlook. And the reason why I say it's a real bleak outlook, that assumes that you're going to have some real painful years, that you're going to have some real frustrating years. And you assume that because of lack of NCAA oversight. Now, we've come to a position where it might not be that the NCAA is acting out of good faith, but they have to be acting out of necessity. Remember, if the NCAA does something, you almost have to ask yourself, are they doing this because it's the right thing to do, or are they doing this out of self-preservation? And I find almost inherently it's always the latter. I don't mind people acting out of self-preservation. That's fine. I think that's natural. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I do think if you're a governing body, that shouldn't be the only time you act, is when you absolutely have to. It seems like you get yourself in a lot of problems. Oh, lo and behold, wouldn't you look at that? We got ourselves into a big problem. So the same thing I think can be said for NIL. How many of these guys, how many of these people out there are going to want to give a player, let's say a true freshman, $500,000, and what if that true freshman never plays? What if he doesn't pan out? What if he's a 5-star that just doesn't pan out? So how many times are these people with copious amounts of money, these collectives, going to be burned before all of a sudden they start getting the numbers back down? I don't know the answer to any of this. That's the problem. But this is exactly why I say it's not sustainable. This is why I say it's not sustainable. And this is why, before we let this off, one of the biggest things that frustrates me in the world is that college football just signed a $6 billion extension for the expanded playoffs with ESPN. That's $6 more billion they just got. And instead of having any sort of revenue sharing, which guess what a lot of the pro leagues do, revenue sharing, instead of doing anything like that, the NCAA says, no, you, the fan, that's where you're going to pick up your end of the bargain. You as a fan are going to be the funding mechanism for college football. We're going to maintain making billions of dollars. By the way, we're going to make more and more every single year as this sport gets bigger. But you, the fan, are going to be the funding mechanism. Don't pay attention to how much money I have. Don't pay attention to how many billions I made this year. You, the fan, are the funding mechanism. I have no problem with NIL. I think NIL is a great idea. I have no problem with fans being a funding mechanism. I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with a billion-dollar entity. Man, my voice is not wanting to cooperate today at all. I have a problem with a billion-dollar entity in the NCAA telling fans that's where you need to pick up your end of the bargain. Because my question to the NCAA would be, when have you picked up yours? So it's almost a good thing we're seeing all these cases come. Because the last time we saw some cases come, NIL came down the pipeline. I've never thought that the NCAA did that. Yeah, that's 100% it, George. The problem is, like I said, the fans shouldn't be the funding mechanism. That's ridiculous. You have $1 billion industry. Every professional league has figured out how to do this. And if you want to say, oh, well, they're not professional, they just signed a $6 billion contract. That seems pretty professional to me. That seems like the demand is pretty up there. Pretty up there. Tracy says Scott Cochran no longer on staff at Georgia. Yeah, I saw that, Tracy. Caitlin says, I pay tons toward UA as it is. Yeah, and listen, I have no problem. Like, if the players want to do an autograph signing and it's like, buy their jersey for $50 and then they'll sign it, right? And then they get a major portion of that proceed. I have no problem with that. I think that's fine. I think that's great. I think it's ridiculous that they haven't been able to put on a camp and benefit from that, or sign autographs. And if I throw them a 5, like that's, you get what you get the point though, right? You do an autograph signing, you charge $60 for a jersey and they sign it, a little meet and greet. That's great. That's awesome. I have no issue with that. I have an issue with the $1 billion entity saying that's going to be the funding mechanism. That's where we're going to pay it. I'm going to continue eating all I can eat over here, and here is the little crumbs that you guys have to divide. That seems problematic to me, and I don't think that it's inherently sustainable. Marquetta says, NIL is good. I agree, George. Just better guidelines and processes need to be in place, as well as an adjustment to the portal windows as it currently constructed. Actually, is not sustainable with 12 team coming. You know what's crazy to me, Marquetta? And we've talked about this before. Tink, I saw you say this the other day, a few minutes ago, and I didn't hit it. I'll get back, Marquetta. We'll talk about this. I need to hit Tink's comment, too. He says, Ty, when Saban left Michigan State, he didn't take a single person to LSU with him, and 3 years later. Yeah, no, we're good. We're good, Tink. I'm not worried. But Marquetta, what's so interesting about all of this is that whenever NIL came about, there wasn't even equitable footing, because they left it up to so much of the to the state legislatures. They left it up to the state legislatures. So you had some states that had to wait a year to really start playing the NIL game, and other states were just up and active. I mean, the whole implementation of NIL, I have always thought was suspect. I've always thought that it wasn't done for the best of the players. It was just done to get the courts off of the NCAA's back so that they could have some form of an argument for an antitrust suit. But the problem is now they've opened up Pandora's box because they don't even have the foresight that the good Lord granted an apple. Right. That's I think the thing that makes me so mad is you have this $1 billion entity, and I genuinely don't think they have the foresight that the good Lord granted an apple. Robert Fowler says they better offer fidelity courses at universities to teach kids. You know, we had a conversation about this, Robert, on my channel a while back, and someone was saying, oh, they already teach like financial awareness classes in high school. And we kind of had a debate on my channel because I was like, yo, I never had a financial literacy class in high school. And the person I was talking to said, no, you just weren't paying attention. And I was like, my brother in Christ, I can go get my high school like class load. I'm a little bit of a filer, right? So I have files. I was like, I can go find it. I did not have a financial literacy class. I was told up and down that, oh, you just didn't pay attention. I promise you, my school didn't have enough money for us to have books. We didn't know anything about money. I don't know if y'all had financial literacy classes. I never had that in high school. Apparently, that's a thing. I think that the person I was talking to went to a much nicer high school. I'm not trying to say anything negative about my high school, but we did not have a lot of money. But you're right. There needs to be financial literacy classes. I think there should be financial literacy classes in high school. To be 100% honest with you, that's a different topic for a different day. But like, yeah. See, George, Econ 101, that was more talking about the functionality of markets, though, not necessarily financial literacy. And like, there is a distinction to be had there. Or at least my econ classes. It wasn't necessarily financial literacy. It was more like functionalities of different types of markets, like a laissez-faire market, as opposed to all these other different markets. How to that's what my econ classes were, as opposed to like financial literacy and all of that stuff. But I didn't even have an econ class until I got to college. I didn't have that in high school. Like I said, we didn't even have books for all the kids in high school because they didn't have books. George said we had a teacher that taught us investing and had to, yeah, see, they did not, I didn't have anything like that until I got to college. They did not have that in high school. And I was talking to a bunch of people, and maybe it's well, I'm not going to say this, but you know, Texas does a lot of things right. Do not look at where they rank in education. It's actually mind-blowing how the state that has this much money can be this terrible in education. But you got these massive billion-dollar schools out here, and I was talking to a bunch of people that go to them, and they're like, no, we didn't have any of those classes. I was like, oh, who knows? But you're right. You're right. That absolutely needs to be taught. You had home economics, you had psychology. My high school econ teacher was our head football coach. We pretty much discussed everything football. That was my first Spanish teacher was a football coach, and that's all we did. I learned more Spanish from, playing soccer than I did from high school's Spanish. Caitlin says you went to a 4A school. Yeah, see, I went to it's now a 4A school here, but we just didn't have that. Hopefully they do now. Hopefully they do now, because that'd be a great thing to hear. That book money goes to you're 100% right, Greg. You're 100% right. Listen, because I saw it firsthand. I went to a high school where they built a nice new stadium, but like like I just said, they had to make photocopies because they didn't have enough books. Like there was things that, programs that we could have had. Now, that being said, the stadium was awesome. I was all for it. But it's 100% true. That's 100% true. Let's talk about Bama's biggest concern. Because right now, I think if you look at opposing fan bases, there's a lot of people on the outside saying, oh, you need to be concerned about this as an Alabama fan. You need to be concerned about this as an Alabama fan. But I think that's a disingenuous position. I think right now, if you're talking about quote unquote concern, if you ask right now about quote unquote concerns, I think you have one room on offense that you could have a conversation about, and you have one room on defense that you could have a conversation about. Now, both would need to be nuanced, principled conversations, but if we start on offense, of course, offensive line, defense, defensive back room. Why? Because you're rebuilding them. Right? You're rebuilding those rooms. But right now, Bama's biggest concern has got to be offensive line. It's got to be offensive line. You have to replace both tackles, and now you have to replace your offensive line coach. And that, to me, is the most interesting thing right now. Where Alabama goes for their offensive line coach. That, to me, is going to be incredibly interesting. 100%, Jonathan. 100%. They said we were in trouble with the hires now, and they're saying we're in trouble that they left. 100%. That's 100% true. Caitlin says corner. Dwight says, I can't remember if we did in high school or not. I went to Tuscaloosa County High. Pretty sure we did. I know I took economics in college, though, but that was more about job management. Yeah, I wish they would have taught it at my high school. And hopefully they offer it now. But I did not have any sort of financial literacy economics classes. I had BCIS, which was a computer class that I had to take. But I would have loved some financial literacy classes. Like investment classes, I'd have loved that at the high school level. I just think that's one thing that should be taught. But Caitlin says corner. Keep guessing Bama. Corner and offensive tackle. So pretty much everyone in agreement that those are the two areas that Alabama, if we are to raise any conversation to the level of concern, that's where you're having it. Right? That's it. You're not having it about wide receivers. You're not having it about the running backs. You're not having it about the cornerbacks. You're not having it about defensive line, defensive edge, inside linebacker. You're not having it anywhere there. You just have it at those two specific areas. And when I look at the defensive back room, I love the two DB hires they made in terms of Mo Linguist and Hitchler. I think in between those two guys right there and the talent Alabama has in the defensive back room, I think that's going to be a ton of fun to watch those guys develop in the fire. I mean, those guys are super talented, super smart football players. Zay Mincy, the more I watch of him, the more I'm just sitting here wondering to myself, where are you going to be? He's another one, man, where it's just like you watch him play the defensive back position and you're sitting there asking yourself, it is so great that you came in this class. A few days ago, we talked about some of these guys like Malachi Moore, how he can play safety, but the star position is likely where he'll stay just because he understands it. And that's a difficult position to put someone new in, right? You're asking a lot of that guy. They have a wide range of responsibility. But having someone with that flexibility allows you to maximize your secondary. Well, Zay Mincy's the same conversation. He's got the ability to play safety at a high level. Remember, that's originally what he was at, was safety. And the more they kept watching him play, and especially at the All-American game when they slotted him out there at corner, they were talking about coming out of the All-American game, hey, he's one of the best corners in this class too. Like, he can play either corner or safety at a Division I Power 5 level. He has got a ton of ability. They compared him to the flexibility, not saying that he's compared to this player, but in terms of someone who just recently came from Alabama that had that level of versatility in the secondary, Terry and Arnold, where it's just like, where do you want to put him? Where do you want to put him? The secondary is open to whatever it is you want to put him. Just have him learn that position, and he's going to be very successful. Having him, Zabian Brown, who they talk about as being maybe the most technically complete corner in this class in terms of day one readiness, they say he's as technically ready as any corner in this class. Having him and Mbakwe, who, is one of the most athletic guys in this class, regardless of position, your secondary is looking really good. And so right now, if I'm asking, what's the bigger concern, cornerback or offensive line? I'm going to say offensive line. That's where I'm more quote unquote concerned about. And understand, ladies and gentlemen, concerned is a bit of a strong word. Concerned is a little bit of a strong word. Whenever we think about this, concern isn't something that I would say is totally appropriate. It just is the best word for this. But offensive line. The reason why is because I said this the other day. I went back and I looked at the last 3 years for Alabama along the offensive line. 2023, 2022, 2021. In 2021, they allowed 41 sacks, good for number 120 in the nation. In 2022, they were good for 47th in the nation, and they allowed 22 sacks. In 2023, 49 sacks allowed, number 129 in the nation. If you average that out, that's good for 99th in the nation, allowing 37 sacks per year, averaged through the previous 3 years. That's tough. That's really tough. And it's quite frankly incredible that Alabama was able to be that successful with that. You're right, Brian. That's unacceptable. That's flat out unacceptable. The fact that Alabama has been in the playoffs and then in playoff contention those 2 years is just absolutely incredible. Kareem, I don't know if you say who is they, Ty. I don't know if I might have forgotten. If you could give me a little bit more context as to that right there, because I'm not sure where that's slotted in at, what that's in reference to. Caitlin says, I agree. Been researching defensive hires. Womack is underestimated, really think so. I agree. It's the truth. When people say they, I always have to ask, yeah, but like, I get that part. That part goes without saying. I guess my question is like, what portion did I say they? And that way I can provide you a bit clearer answer, because I want to make sure I get that answered for you. I get the general theory of it. I just don't there's a lot of comments, a lot of conversations. I just don't know where exactly, like what point that was slotted in at. Experience at depth. Yeah, that's probably the other thing. It's just like you just don't have the depth. I think Kalen DeBoer will get the right man for the job. I think so. Alabama shouldn't ever be ranked in the bottom half of the country at any position. Yeah, that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. That's absolutely unacceptable. You're not going to... the fact that you went to the playoffs and took Michigan, who won the national championship, to overtime with an offensive line that ranked 129th in the nation out of 133 is just insane to me. Okay, Kareem, that's my fault. All right, I get what you. So I was reading on 24/7 Sports. They were having some articles about Zay Mincy and some of the guys at the All-American games, and I forget which authors it were, but it was some of the national guys. They were talking about how Zay Mincy had all of this flexibility, and then they were talking as well about Zabian Brown and how out of all of the corners from a technicality standpoint, he might be the most day one ready, Zabian Brown. So that was 24/7 Sports. That's 100% my fault, Kareem. I was on a tangent. Like I said yesterday, I'm a little bit of a goldfish. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, no, that's on me. Yes, that's where it was. It was 24/7 Sports. They were talking about it, about how from a technicality standpoint, he's just so advanced. But also you can see it, man. I mean, he was going to war with Jeremiah Smith. He won some reps, he lost some reps, which, let's be honest, that's going to be every great cornerback wide receiver battle. Zabian Brown, very, very, very gifted. Very gifted, very technically sound, and that's what makes this Alabama cornerback class so impressive. So impressive. Ricky Smith says some great coaching. Well, he comes from modern day. He comes from modern day. Those dudes are typically pretty coached up. All right, modern day does some wild work. Wild work out there. Kelly says Zabian Brown had the best film I saw of the defensive backs coming in. It's very impressive. Very impressive. And then we have Woodyard still. I mean, the defensive back haul was great. Ben Smith says Scott Cochran out at Georgia. Yeah, we talked about that, Ben. Hope all the best for him. Hope everything's okay there. But yeah, interesting to see what Georgia does next. Caleb King says, I'd love to see Zay, Zabian, and Mbakwe all start with Hurley, Damani, and maybe Dre Jr. as backups. It's going to be interesting to see what this defensive backfield looks like. I'm excited for all of them. I think that it's going to be a really fun spring portion. But as much as we're talking about the secondary, because like I said, that's one of the two areas, if you're saying what's the concerns in Alabama, it's not talent in the secondary. It's 100% Kareem. 100%. It's not talent in the secondary. It's just lack of experience and maybe depth. It's just lack of experience and maybe depth. When we look at the offensive line as a whole has got to be better, because I can only imagine. I mean, I want to ask all of you this question. Alabama was ranked number 129 in the nation this year in sacks allowed at 49. If they allowed just 25, let's cut that number in half. 25, how much better is this team? Think about that. If the number of sacks is cut in half to 25, which is still too many, that's still too many. Washington allowed 12 all year. If you allowed 25, how good would this offense have been? I mean, it's just 100% Kareem. I love this take right here. Kareem says, now that Woodyard kid, can't wait to see him. Overall talented, just lack experience. 100%. 100%. He's one of those that when you watch his film, it just flies off the screen. Flies off the screen. I mean, he sticks out like a sore thumb when you're watching him play football. He sticks out. Very talented player. But this is what I was talking about the other day, Kareem. Nick Saban gave Alabama a parting gift. Nick Saban gave Alabama a parting gift. Tyler Maurice says, no, Natty, you can't beat Michigan. I wouldn't say you can't beat them. They took them to overtime, right? And then the play that lost them was a bad snap. They had Michigan in a position to win, and then they had Michigan had a great fourth quarter rally, great response in overtime. But I think it's a little bit facetious and disingenuous to say you can't beat them. That was an incredible game. Michigan responded really well in the fourth quarter, really well that last few drives. I think it was the last 10 minutes. Hats off to them there. Responded, but Bama didn't do themselves any favors, both in terms of sacks allowed with an offensive line that was shaky and in terms of snaps. But hats off to Michigan. I mean, they that last 10 minutes of that game, they were really dialed in. But I wouldn't say that, they couldn't beat them. It's just they didn't beat them that day. Ivan says, how much of that is Jalen holding the ball for too long, though? Definitely at least 5 to 10 sacks because of that. Not saying the line is blameless, but I wouldn't put all 40 sacks on them. Well, here's what I will say, Ivan. It's hard for me to say how much of this is on Jalen whenever he has no standard of normalcy. And when I say that, this is what I mean. He doesn't, after like halfway through the year, he doesn't know if the second he gets the ball, he's going to get smoked off of a speed rush or if he's going to have time to sit there and hold on to it, right? And so, listen, I don't think that he is devout of blame. I think that there are sacks that it's like due to inexperience, you held the ball too long. You could have ran, but you were trying to make a play. That's inexperience. I certainly think that there are plenty of instances of that, but I would say I would put more on the offensive line. Like they would get beat by speed rushes off that left. What was it? Arkansas? Just a speed rush off that left side twice in a row. That's tough. Like if you're the quarterback, it's tough to do much with that. But no, it 100%, Ivan. It's not all on the offensive line. It certainly is a well-rounded conversation. But this is where, Ivan, I must say why I put more blame on the offensive line. Because when Bryce Young was here in 2021, they were number 120 in the nation in sacks with 41. Last year, they weren't in the top 30. They were 47th in the nation with 22 sacks. So this isn't a Jalen Milroe problem. This was a problem when you had Harry Houdini at cornerback and Bryce Young. This has been a problem for 3 years. Philip says that wasn't happening the entire season. I don't know about that. The offensive line was pretty tough all year, Philip. I might have to disagree with you there. Or at least for me, I thought that the offensive line was pretty tough. Kelly says, Bryce held on to the ball as well. Yeah, that's because Bill O'Brien just drew up 4 verticals all the time or 4 comeback routes. That was tough. That was the worst route layering and worst route combinations I've seen. That was pitiful. Absolutely pitiful. But even then, this is not a new problem. The offensive line at Alabama has not been good since 2020, 2019. Those are the last 2 years in 2020 and 2019 where they allowed under 20 sacks. And you're just going to have a real hard time winning in football if you're allowing that many sacks. Football is won and lost in the trenches. And that's got to change, no doubt about it. Oh, it's been it's been bad since 2020. Oh, 100. No, Ivan, I 100% get what you're saying. You're having a principled, reasoned conversation and a great question. That's why I say I do probably make it seem like it's more of an offensive line issue, and I do think that it's more of a well-rounded issue. Like Jalen was growing as a quarterback, but this isn't a new issue, right? On the other hand, there are plays that can help reduce pressure on the quarterback, and we seldom call. This is 100% true, Hacker. We did not see quick passes. We did not see, and people are going to say Jalen couldn't make those throws. We didn't do it. We did not do design screens. Like, how many screens did we run this year? Next to none. We did not do anything to alleviate pressure. It was the offensive line and offensive people did not understand football. It was well-rounded, no doubt. Todd, my man, he says, okay, Ty, here we go. On 3. Todd, going back, ladies and gentlemen, to when we were having the sustainability conversation about the transfer portal. He says, here we go. On 3 has it 2,275 have entered, 1,261 committed, 102 withdrew. That's 1,014. 1,014 still in. And a lot of people aren't going to find the home that they had wanted, right? That's staggering numbers, Todd. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Since Sark, yeah, 100% cream. Kelly says, I can count the screens on one hand at the same time. Every one of those screens was horrible throws from Milroe. Maybe they didn't practice it enough. I will say this, Kelly. At the point where you're hitting deep throws at the percentage Milroe is hitting them, I have reason to believe you can hit a screen pass. You know what I mean? Like, I have reason to believe that if you can hit the deep shot at the percentage you can, I'm not saying you're going to be the best intermediate thrower we've ever seen, but if you can hit those shots, I don't think it's a capability issue. Or at least I don't think it's a capability issue. Playing catch up. Yeah. Appreciate that. All right. Went to check one tweet, and my entire Google Chrome shut down. So, we're back. I didn't get taken by the transfer portal. I fought it off. I kicked and screamed. I stopped, dropped, and rolled. We're here. We're good to go. Now I'm going to check the tweet on my phone because I'm not risking that again. That was weird. Let's see. Okay, it's nothing newsworthy. It's just more information on the Scott Cochran situation. But where were we? My goodness. Did Ty transfer too? No, I'm here. Let's see where we left off. We were talking about Edward Bishop said Bryce averaged 40 points a game. The problem was defense couldn't seem to get off the field. Yeah, the offense was all over the place too. One game we threw a quick slant for a touchdown, and I thought Reese finally figured it out, and then went weeks without seeing another one. Exactly. Jor says screens have more touch needed. Oh, 100%, Jor. I understand, there's the intricacies between them, but I just believe if you're that good at being automatic on the deep pass, we can get you to being able to make screen passes. Right? Like, I don't know. Kelly says Ty must have gotten a new NIL deal and decided to come back. Yeah. Hey, you got to negotiate. It was NIL the factor. It was not a factor. It was the love of the Tide that kept me here. It was the love of the Tide and my disdain for any other browser, not Google Chrome. That's what kept me here. Any plans tonight for you and the wife? Tonight, yeah, we're gonna do something. I don't know quite yet. Probably gonna cook some dinner, make something for her. She's a teacher, so she comes home pretty exhausted. She comes home wanting to pretty much just wanting to sit and relax for the rest of the evening. So we'll see. Brian says we're gonna see a completely Dwight. Oh my God, no. We're going to see a completely different Milrow this year. I hope so. 100%. 100%. Ty, how about Greg Frey, offensive line coach and tight end coach? He's at Tulsa currently, and he has history with the board. Do research on him. I don't know a ton about him. Oh, God. Yeah, see, Jor knows how to get me. Jor knows how to get me going. He knows how to do comments that will get me trying to contain myself and stop from laughing. I've noticed a pattern. I think he's figured out like how to make me start breaking. Or he's certainly on the way to figuring it out. Yeah. He's certain and lay the tarp down. Oh my gosh. That's awful. We're going to go on to position battles. Because like I said, yeah, Jor, I got to be careful with your comments. Okay. Position battles. So we're going to kind of pick up where we left off in terms of concerns. The offensive line and offensive tackle. That's going to be one where I don't know whether you're going to have Ola Salinen, Miles McVay, Elijah Pritchett, right? Someone's going to win that battle. Who it will be, we will see. But that's going to be something I'm keyed in on all offseason. In fact, probably more. Don't make him transfer again. No. I signed K-Spray. I signed the NLI, the National Letter of Intent, and I don't think that the NCAA, you know what I mean? I'm here to stay. I'm here to stay. No doubt about it. But that was wow. I'm just so thankful, Jor, that I wasn't in the middle of like a soliloquy. I wasn't in the middle of a thought when I read that comment. I was kind of at a point where I was, in a little bit of a break period. And I saw that comment. But that was Jay, good morning. Roll Tide undefeated. Ty, do you see Scott? Do you think? No, I don't know. I don't know about that, Jay. It depends why he left. We're hoping that it was where, I don't know. You hope that it wasn't the reason he left before. You just hope everything's all right. So the position battles that I think everyone's going to be paying the most attention to, I think it goes without saying, cornerback, defensive back, offensive line. But I'm really interested in your edge group as well. What does that look like? Does LT Overton end up winning one of those positions? And then is it Keon Keeley? Is that the two guys you're going to roll out there with and then the two interior guys? I'm interested to see that. I don't think you have any sort of conversation on a position battle when it comes to inside linebacker. That's going to be a really exciting position to watch. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I think that's going to be a top 10 preseason. Texas promised Ty a Lambo. Don't believe them, Ty. It's a trick. I don't need a Lambo. I need caffeine and food and water. And if you can get me caffeine, food, and water, we can work something out. They want to give me an NIL. I just need to get Celsius to give me an NIL deal. And I'd be a very happy podcaster. I think Russo may move to linebacker, says Kelly. He has got a lot of versatility. He can play inside. He can play a lot. And, it's funny, Kelly, when I watched, he was in one game this past year. I forget which game it was I was watching, but I had to hit the roster because when I saw him out there, I was like, who in the world is that? Because he looked like a junior. I mean, he was so much larger and so much bigger than I thought he would be for someone that, hadn't even been in a college strength and conditioning room for a full year yet. Wayan Rogers, this is a good conversation piece for us to end it on. And remember, at the 10 o'clock hour, you have the Merrill Report coming up. Jake Merrill coming back in here, does a fantastic job. Unbelievable edition. Can't wait to see what he is going to be saying as I adjusted the headset, messed up the hat, and now I'm all over the place. Look at me. This is what happens when, this is what happens when it's live. But Wayan Rogers, let's talk about this comment as we're waning down. He says, do you think that the players are upset about the timing of Grubb's departure because he may have stayed long enough to close the portal? No, Wham. I don't think that at all. And here's the reason why. They've never played a game with Grubbs. They've never played a game. And here's the second thing. That's reason number one. But reason number two is, I think, in my opinion, the real conversation piece, because I've seen this. I've seen Auburn fans, I've seen Tennessee fans, I've seen all these other fans from these other fan bases being like, how terrible is it that they waited until after the portal window closed for Grubbs to leave? One, he's an offensive coordinator that has never called a play at Alabama. Two, the portal functionally closed the date the add drop enroll date passed for universities. So the 30-day window argument is really just a pearl clutching argument, because at the point where the add drop enroll date had already passed, if a player was to have entered the transfer portal after that date, they were going to have to wait to enroll in their school anyways. So at that point, there's functionally no difference between the 30-day window right now and the transfer portal window that you will see in the spring portion. There's a reason why you haven't seen a mass exodus from UCLA. Why? It's because where are they going to go? They can't enroll anywhere right now. So they have to wait until the spring portal. Because, they could commit. Let's say someone from UCLA committed to Alabama today. They can't work out with the team. They can't start participating. They have to wait until fall camp to get in. So at that point, why not just continue the strength and conditioning program you're at, continue working, continue grinding, and then hit the transfer portal? It's functionally the exact same. So that's why, Roger, I think that the argument that opposing fan bases have been using, Wayan Rogers, that's why I think that the argument that opposing fan bases have been using is a little bit disingenuous and it's facetious, because it doesn't matter if he left the day that the 30-day portal closed. The portal effectively closed in any meaningful capacity the day that the add drop enroll date passed, because then you couldn't move. People tried to say Nick Saban tried to do that too, but the thing is, Nick Saban retired with time for players to enter the transfer portal and enroll somewhere else. There's a reason why Bond and Nyblack are in Austin. Caleb Downs is in Columbus, right? They got to go and enroll with their team, get started. But you can't do that now. It doesn't matter if, let's just put it out there, if Ryan Day left Ohio State tomorrow, it'd be somewhat the same, right? Where they can't go anywhere. They can transfer somewhere, but they can't start workouts. They can't do anything. So really, it's just like, oh, I'm committing to wait. So that's why Wan Rogers, I understand why people are like making that argument. It's in order to try and negative recruit Alabama, but it's disingenuous, right? It's not 100% true. Him says Michigan did the same thing and it was much worse. Well, yeah. The difference between what Michigan and Alabama did him is that Bama had an offensive coordinator leave, an offensive coordinator that had never called plays for any player outside of Parker Brailsford and Austin Mack. Those are the only two players, and Jeremy Bernard. I apologize. Three players. Those are the only three players that had any sort of relationship with Grubb. Head coach is still there. Everybody's still there. Michigan, Harbaugh left and then took coaches after the add, drop, and roll date had already passed, meaning their players are just kind of stuck. They're just kind of stuck. Either way, it doesn't matter. Coaches regularly wait until NSD to make staff changes. It's made. And that's the thing, Kelly. Like, and don't get me wrong, your argument here is 1,000% right. It's 1,000% right. This is not new at all. But I've just been really surprised by how many people are making this argument when it's just like, but weren't we just talking about how the add, drop, and roll date has already passed? And like, I don't know. Those other fan bases trolling and really wishing the death of Bama. Bama is here to stay, perennial juggernaut. Listen, Bama's made some great moves. Bama has got a really talented roster, and I don't know how many other coaches start a rebuild with the talent at their disposal that DeBoer and company will have. Wayan Rogers says, yeah, I agree. I've seen those slide titles on YouTube's videos about the timing, mostly Bama haters anyway. I haven't seen anything in terms of other channels, but yeah, I would love to have a conversation with someone that's clutching pearls about it because I'd really want to figure out why. Or do you really care? Or is it just like a grandstanding thing? Either way, it's cool. But like, I'd love to get to the bottom of it. But you guys know me. I like discourse. I like debate. So that's why whenever Bama hater is in here, I'll debate him because that's fun for me. I haven't seen that, Wendy, but we certainly hope that's not the case. Caleb King says, I almost think Kelly went to OSU to be the next head coach after Day is fired. If he underperformed this year, probably totally wrong. Who knows, man? Who knows? The coaching carousel is absolutely wild. Not you, Ty. Grubb was fronting the whole time. Yeah. Yeah, I think Hacker Music, and I said this yesterday, Hacker Music, I don't know if he's still in here. He left a comment on my YouTube channel on one of my videos responding to someone else. And if I could pin his response comment up at like the top comments, I would. Because I thought it was a great comment with great insight and really good logic. And he was talking about how there's two logical scenarios. And one of them is that Grubb and DeBoer always knew that this was a possibility, especially at the point where Grubb wanted the Washington job. Hacker Music left a comment on my page and he's like, isn't it equally logical to think that DeBoer knew this could be coming and then was like, hey, no, come on anyways, just in case you don't get the Washington job or the Seattle job, then you're with me. Like, then we continue. And then, you are here a year, you're here 2 years, and then you go from there. That makes sense. I thought that was a great comment. Tony says, I'm still waiting on my signed picture, Ty. Hey, we'll do a signing. We'll do a signing day, my man. We'll do a signing day. Free of charge. Ryan Grubb looks like Steve. Jeez. Kelly says, I think that's exactly what happened. I do too. I thought that when he left that comment, I was like, that's completely logical. Completely logical. Where's Merrill? Hey, a wizard is neither early or late. They arrive precisely when they mean to, Caleb. He arrives precisely when he means to. I don't know how many people are going to get that reference, but that's the sad part of me. I'm in the back. He's in the backstage waiting. So like I said, a wizard is neither late or on time. They arrive precisely when they mean to. Ryan, Grubb struggled at Fresno State the year before KD showed up. I also think that the plan all along was Sheridan being next in line. Probably. And like that, ladies and gentlemen, the wizard has arrived. I told y'all.
Boom. What's up, everybody? Man, I hope you guys are enjoying Ty. I've been listening to it. It's been fantastic today. Man, that is some, dude, you hit some epic topics. Like, holy smokes. And it's going to tie into exactly what I'm going to talk about too, as far as defensive backs, the swarm D, and just some of the topics I'll go over today. But man, that was some good stuff. The sustainability of college football.
Well,
I mean, seriously.
May I ask you two questions before I get out of here and pass this to you?
Go.
First and foremost, let's start on the sustainability front. This is what drives me up a wall. And I have to ask people this because it bothers me so much. I don't know if I'm being illogical. Now, the undefeated, they don't think I'm being illogical. But they're also great people and they're enablers. Right? So here's my question to you. College football just signed a $6.7 billion extension with the ESPN.
Yep.
So how mind-blowing is it that we have a $1 billion industry that just got even more profitable, and their way of getting the judicial system off their back for their antitrust structure is not to share a piece of the pie, it's to get fans to pay so that way they get all the billions for themselves. How absolutely crazy is that?
I mean, honestly, it's insane. And just everybody can hear me okay. I know we had a little bit of mic issues yesterday, but as long as I can be heard. But it's nuts. I mean, it's so now you can't, they put it in a way so it can't be controlled, right? So, and that's because that antitrust is meant to make sure there's parameters in place so we do not run into some of the issues that we're seeing. So now you have these private entities who are right, fan funded through this, through asking donations. And I brought this up the other day. I was having a conversation with somebody, and I said, what's weird is, right, like they don't release who's where the donations come from. So on the back end, is it coming from people, and obviously from this side of saying, okay, here's how it benefits me. I can put all this money in. Let's look at the Texas A&M, for example. They get a $67 million donation. Random anonymous donation. I think it was $67 million. And so that person who just makes this donation, now from a tax write-off standpoint, right? How much money did they just save themselves? So is it just a roundabout system of keeping money locked in? So you're not, you see what I'm saying? It's going into the school or into this, and then it's being funded on the outside because it is a giant tax break for those who are in this upper percentage. It's a thought process, right? It's very thought provoking. And I think, again, like there's no control over it. We're seeing the chaos of it right now. You see these coaches bouncing. It's becoming such a insane, like battleground, right? Like from all these different fronts, and nobody has done anything to lock it down. Did they do it on purpose? Is there something we're going to see like down the road that allows for further maybe type of control that they wanted? I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's a conspiracy theory, right? But at the same time, like that's a lot of, I mean, 6.7, you said 6.7
something
billion?
Like 6.7 billion. We'll call it
That's
6
insane.
for conversation's sake.
Okay, so those universities need to be paying the players like they're employees.
We could solve this so easily.
In a heartbeat. In a heartbeat.
So before I get to the other one, I do have a little bit of a conspiracy theory, and I'll speed talk because I don't want to take your time.
No, you're good, man. You're good.
But
you're good.
I do want to get my little conspiracy on NIL. NCAA versus Alston happened, and that's when Justice Kavanaugh was like, "Hey, your antitrust structure 100% suspect." Like, and to me, that was them painting a target on the NCAA's back.
That's right.
Do you know how long it was after that when NIL was announced?
No,
10
but
days.
I was going to say a week. I was
10
going to say a
days.
week. Yeah. I mean, weird, right? Isn't that strange? I mean, haven't we all gotten to a point from, and I don't look, I'm not turning this forum into anything politics, and we're not going that route. So people in comment like Undefeated, I love you guys. Don't go that route. But from a nationwide standpoint, there's a lot of stuff that happens that's right in front of our face. And we ask ourselves, why did this just happen? But the facts are, again, let's go to Coach Sean. I love hearing Coach Sean say the truth is in the details. Okay. Because it goes right to that point. It's right in front of us. Let's not overthink this. Let's keep it simple, right? There's a great quote, and they used it in training, and keep it simple, stupid. You know what I'm saying? Because in the end of the day, we tend to overcomplicate so much stuff. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. And let's not let that happen to college football. This is something we all love. And the best part is, and I'll speak to Undefeated and all of us out there, we have over, I bet at this point right now, Alabama probably has 4.5 to close to 5 million fans. You have one of the largest fan bases in the world, if not the largest. Okay, there might be some soccer teams from Europe that have a pretty large fan base, but I will say this, like from a football standpoint, Alabama leads the way. Okay, and that change comes from people, and that voice is heard from a fan base that is passionate in what they love. And that's why I would say, you know what, roll tide, because if anybody wants to change that and make sure it's legit, and that's why I applaud Saban for not giving in to what was being pushed by the NCAA and in this way of we just hand out money and we're going to pay for teams. I mean, Ohio State's a great example of that right now. How much money have they spent? 60 million, 30 million for their roster, for their coaching staff? I mean, Ohio State is so desperate to win, they have to go out and throw down money like it ain't no thing just to get to a national championship. Well, damn.
Can you imagine if they lose to Michigan?
Yeah, you lose to Michigan. How many years now? You know what I'm saying?
Well, imagine if they lose this year.
Oh,
no Harbaugh. That
God.
Staff has been decimated. You just did all this work in the transfer portal. Chip Kelly coming. If they lose to Michigan this year, it's done. It's done. It's done.
I mean, and fans are going to be pissed. I wonder who's going to fund them then. Where's the money going to come from then? You know what I'm saying? Like, dang, dude. Dang.
Jor in the comments saying marshmallow is magically delicious. You already have your own little quote there like Lucky Charms, and you know what? I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, the Merrill Report is here. As Jor says, it's magically delicious. Jake, we need to chop it up more, my man. I don't want to take too much of your time. We're going to get together. We need to make some content. We need to find a time where we can maybe both be on here at the same time. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Undefeated, I will probably see y'all Monday. I have some family coming in, so I don't know that I will be here tomorrow or Friday, but we will see. Adam Lamparello with the $20. Thank you so much. Adam says, do you guys worry that DeBoer could resign? I mean, the roster turnover, the resignations, coaches, NIL, the portal, and the stress must be horrible. I don't see him here for more than 2 or 3 years, if that. Jake, I'll let you take this one whenever you start your segment, but Undefeated. Thank you guys so much. As always, we'll see you and Roll Tide. Jake, kill it as always, my man.
Roll Tide, brother. All right, Ty,
sir.
thank you, man. I love this guy, dude. Awesome. Awesome work, Ty. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Round of applause for Ty. Hey, follow him around the Table Sports. The guy is awesome. I mean, the content he put out today was really thought-provoking every single time, right? Like, I love it. I love it. And yo, what's up, Undefeated? You know, I tell you what, thank you guys for having me today. I love it. Make sure you hit the thumbs up, subscribe, and share with everyone you know. Get people on here, man. Like, let's keep building this. I love the constant communication. We win with communication, right? We win with communication. We come together with communication. We settle differences with communication. Let's go. Let's go. Like, in the end of the day, get people on this channel. I love it. We got a bunch of amazing fans. Undefeated, you guys are amazing. I love coming on every single day. I appreciate Kyle and the team. I love T. She does an awesome job in the back. Kyle does an awesome job. Every morning, I love waking up and listening to Kyle. I know you guys do too. And then we get to follow through our segments. We get to go through the day. We get to hear from Ty, right? And then we get to go, you guys, okay, go to me next. Awesome. I'm getting there. Hopefully, I'm trying to build it up for you guys. And then the next part is like we get Smook. I love Coach Smook, right? Like Coach Smook, we get Sean, Coach Jay, and we just go after it all day. And it's a lot of fun. Love doing it. Adam, with your question, do you guys worry that DeBoer could resign? I mean, you're right. A lot of factors: roster turnover, the resignation of coaches, NIL, the portal, the stress. The stress must be horrible. I mean, I bet it is, man. Like in the end of the day, that's got to be some difficult stuff to deal with. But I also think you get used to it and it's expected. You know what I'm saying? Like I think guys are like at this point going, okay, we've seen how everything is rolling. We see how the landscape is showing right now within college football, and I really don't think DeBoer. If you listened in yesterday in the morning or even the evening, I was on with Coach Jay at 5 Central Time, and we'll be on again tonight at 6 Central Time if you guys want to tune back in. But if you listen to what we talked about yesterday, DeBoer knew what type of challenge he was walking into. In the coaching aspect, I mean, it's not like he hasn't paid attention to Alabama football. Like in I think 2-3 years the most. I think if things don't change, could we see him make a jump somewhere else, especially if he has the success that he's had at Washington, which I do believe he will have. I will be one of the first ones to say it. I'm a KD believer. Like I when that guy releases a book, I hope he's just called Lank, because everywhere he goes, people seem to doubt him and he proves them wrong every single time. I mean, like I said yesterday, his very first coaching gig, he took it over the phone because a guy needed a coach, like a high school coach, within 24, 48 hours. So DeBoer, KD takes that job. He's out of college. He's done playing, takes that job, and he goes undefeated with his very first time ever coaching the sport. I mean, just this pause for a minute and think about that. That guy then continues on to win, what was it, 4 national championships at Sioux Falls, taking over for a legend already in Bob Young. So he's, and I think guys also don't remember, like with KD, is when he took over the head coaching position at Fresno State. Granted, weird years, right? And those years were COVID years. Okay, so that's difficult. I mean, that COVID year is a weird one for everybody. I wouldn't even count that against anybody's record. I just erase it. But he takes over for Jeff Tedford. And it's not like Tedford's some just joke of a coach. Tedford had a heck of a background as a college football coach. So KD, yeah, now he's on the big stage. Okay, the big stage, right? And there's so much stress, but I think that's the beauty. You know, what was it? I think there was an article released, if anybody read it, and that article was talking about his role that he's going to play. And there's an awesome quote from yesterday too in the Undefeated chat. Like somebody brought it up, they had heard him talk and at an event, and from there they were very, very happy with how he had presented himself, but also what he said is the type of role he's going to take. He's going to be involved, and that's for sure, right? Like he's going to be involved. He was, for Adam Lamparello, got you. Grubb resigning is what got me worried. It's such an unstable situation. I get it. I mean, it for us on the outside looking in, it appears that way, right? It does appear that way. But I think things are actually way more locked in on the backside that we don't know about. Again, nobody's bringing this up, but you have one of the best team PR overall like manager out there in Courtney Morgan. In Courtney stacked. He stacked that back end. What's going on behind the scenes is stacked with dudes with talent who know how to manage this stuff. Like, think about this. Like Courtney Morgan, you guys, I don't know if you've caught anything earlier from me back in the day, or maybe a few weeks ago, like 3 weeks ago or so, but I actually talked about Courtney Morgan on this show one of the first times I came on, and gave a breakdown about him. And Courtney Morgan comes from a business background where he started a company that ran all of this sort of like connecting players and artists and other big names like type celebrities, right? With businesses, managing their connections, managing those businesses, and making sure, like with the company that he built, that people were in a position to be successful and not get overwhelmed. Well, now he's in a position to be DeBoer's like right-hand man. There's a reason why Courtney Morgan was on the flight with DeBoer to Bama to get this deal all worked out. But Courtney Morgan, you think he's just like, I think a lot of people forget that he's there. And he is a key piece to what's going on. So if we have any like worries or fears that he's not managing this, or maybe things are not going as smoothly as they could be, I'll tell you this, like with the staff in the background, right? Like what that support staff, and I mean, and it sounds like that you say the word support staff or like the sentence and people are like, oh, what do they do? Send faxes and type up emails and respond to social media? No, these guys like they do a ton of work. And to be honest with you, I'll tell you this too. A lot of people don't know, and this kind of jumps away from my topics, and I'm going to jump into these topics. We're going to get through it. I'm going to call this like for number one, and that's my bad. I probably should have said something, but this is going to be Swarm D, Warzone Womack, and we're going to say part one, because I think I'm going to try to break this down to a 3-part series over the next couple of days of breaking down this Swarm defense, because there's so much to it. And so, but I'll jump back to this Courtney Morgan thing real quick, and then we'll get into topics. Is like that support staff that Courtney Morgan has, okay, and with who he's brought in, and the way these guys know how to manage. We talk about, everyone gets worried about recruiting. Okay. They're like, the coaches cannot recruit. Guess what, everybody? Recruiting does not start with the coaches. I'm going to pause for a second and let that sink in. And please share this with everybody. Like I said, this is why you want to get people on this channel, so they can learn some really quality things and maybe relieve some of their like stress of the day, because this stuff can be stressful, especially when there's so much put into this. Like, this is my, like, for football, for me, and as well as you guys, this is what I love. And when shit hits the fan and I'm not having the best day or the best week, right? This is a huge part of pumping me up and sidetracking and being a part of my life that I get to enjoy. So when stuff doesn't go right in the football world of the teams that I love, there can be added stress. And that's what we're seeing right now within the Bama Nation, just because of all the consistent turnover and changes within a roster. Saban leaving and creating one of the greatest college football NFL butterfly effects we've seen in a minute. But I'll say this: the actual recruiting and what goes on, like the foundational parts of Alabama, what happens is it all starts in the background, and that's where Courtney Morgan is a genius. Who that man? I mean, that dude is the rock right now at Bama. You have KD, who is your big man, and he's going to be that front runner. He's going to walk out there. He's going to make sure everyone's bought into the program, but he needs the people along with him to do that. And that's where Courtney Morgan plays, along with the support staff that we've all seen. Right. And I mean, we talk about Jatavius Sanders, right? Aaron Hodges. Okay. And then there's been a few other names. I think there was, and maybe you guys can help me out. There's a Tony, what was it? Tony Smith? Anybody can help me with this one? He was just picked up. He came from Michigan. Literally was just announced on Twitter within, I think, the last like 48 hours or so. But this guy, he's another one. Tony Jones. Thanks, Caleb King. Tony Jones. Yeah. So Tony Jones is another one. He came from Michigan. So they're going into these areas that we might not, as a fan base, think about. And we get to see them grab some really key players who are maybe up and coming. Thanks, Jay. Appreciate you. Jay Townsend. Appreciate you. But yeah, like they grab these guys who they know about and they've heard through maybe the rumor mill within college football with the coaches and the backside of people talking about, man, this guy's just phenomenal. He's gonna turn into something. And they're going, okay, hey, let's go grab him now and give him a chance to really like show his stuff because he's motivated. He hasn't made it big. Yeah, he's motivated right now. Like, let's go get him. Let's go get him. Let's that motivation, that energy, that like, let's get after it attitude, like, let's go. Man, those are the guys we want to bring in. That's who they brought in. They brought in people who are ready to roll, and they are going to make sure that this is running smooth. So I think that stress is only put out there truthfully by some major media outlets. ESPN loves to do that to people. They love to stress everybody out. So I think you're going to see it in the aspect of maybe get a little worried. So Tony Jones comes as like a assistant. I think he's assistant director of player personnel. And those guys are huge. There's an article put out where some of the top recruits talk about, their parents actually talk about being in contact with the university through the season, right? And what's going on, because the coach has got to coach. Recruiting is all year round, right? Like, here's the thing. Like, you get to really, truly hear about how these guys impact the recruiting scene, especially during the season, with how they are in constant connection, right? With these top recruits and the guys that really want to be here. And they know are impact players that will come in. And that's truthfully, everyone was like, well, Saban was an all-star recruiter. Saban had an all-star recruiting staff. That was huge. So, I mean, that's where that plays, right? Do you think Saban's calling kids during the season when he's trying to win a national championship? Yeah, there's some communication, but there's so much going on, like on the stage, right, with the players and coaches. So something to calm everyone down is that we got a killer staff. Those guys are killers, and they are going to go out there and hunt, and they're going to hunt, and they're going to hunt, and they're not going to do it in the limelight. They don't care. They don't need people to throw spotlights on them and tell everyone how great they were. Yeah, in Randall Green, he was an elite closer, 100%. But I think you're going to see the same thing with DeBoer. What it comes down to is, especially as he wins, because Saban really spoke about, like, did you ever see that video that was released of Saban talking with with a recruit that they probably shouldn't have filmed it, but Saban was giving his pitch. It was like Saban's pitch was very much like, hey man, you want to come here and go to the NFL? You want to win championships? This is what you do. You need to come to Bama. But I'll tell you what, like, yeah, DeBoer closed on Ryan Williams. And I think DeBoer closed in a way of like, hey man, like, this is how we see you. This is what I believe. And I want you to be part of the family. Like, I love you, man. I love you. And that right there, if we can get players who come here for that sort of reason, I heard it brought up like, oh, Ryan Williams going to leave or potentially leave because Grubb left. And I'm like, what? Ryan Williams loves Bama. He loves the players that he gets to come and work with every day. And he built a relationship with DeBoer. He's not leaving. So whoever puts rumors out there like that, like STFU, man, like don't say that stuff, because now that's clicks right there. That you're saying that for clicks. Now I'm going to Dan Lanning you and say you're saying that for clicks. All right. So, like, the thing is you can't go out there and say stuff like that. And DeBoer is going to be one of those guys who closes in a way there's some true sincerity and genuineness to it, right? And there's true, like, hey, I love you, And yeah, and Shepard, Coin God, I think Shepard played a huge role in that too, because in the end of the day, you're spending most of your time with your coordinator. So it'd be big, but we need to jump into topics straight up. Like, we're getting off on a tangent to start just because there's so much going on. But man, I love you guys. Undefeated. Thank you so much. I've been hearing about the love recently, and I truly, truly, truly appreciate it to come on and be able to present to you guys. So it's awesome. I love this team 100%. But let's talk about the Swarm D, in Womack. Man, I love me Kane Womack. Are you guys excited? You guys see the sign that was posted? There's a great pic on Twitter of the Swarm D sign that or signage that was posted up in the rooms, right? Or in the I think it was probably one of the players' hall, or probably like the the offices. Man, it is awesome. That new sign is so freaking cool, man. Like, I love that. We're going to see that. That needs to be on a shirt. Swarm D, baby. Swarm D. Someone needs to come out here and make a shirt. Swarm D. Like, Bama way, let's roll. And I mean, and let's talk about that, because Womack brings such an amazing aspect to it. So that's been such a concern, right? Like, as we get back into it, like, everyone's, I think the people from Alabama, maybe like the Southern Alabama, you guys know, like Womack, the guy's good. You know, that guy is good, right? And so the other part, though, is on a national level, we don't maybe hear about him as much, just because of where he was at. So you think about this. I mean, Alabama's been so used to studly defenses. Okay. And Adam Lamparello, I'm going to get back to you with this one too. We have 3 5-star DBs incoming class. Amazing. 100%. We're going to talk about those guys. I mean, Marquetta, I appreciate you so much. Really do. I see all your comments, and it gets me smiling. I appreciate you, all you guys, like, all the love from all you guys. It means a lot. And I'm going to break into this stuff, man. When Kane see his roster, he's going to start crying. What do you mean, Corn God? When Kane see his roster, he's going to start crying. I mean, I don't. Which roster are you talking about? Because the roster at Bama looks amazing. If I'm running a 4-2-5, I'm stoked. Yeah, and it is more Mick. No, 100%. I think everyone makes that mistake. 100%. It is more Mick, everybody. But we see that A and we go. Anyways, but yeah, no, like, that roster, to me at least, Coin God, I think it looks good. Like, if for a 4-2-5, you got to remember, and like I said, we're going to break this down. Like, it's okay. Like, this is not like some defense that's going to throw stuff out and ruin stuff. Like, this defense is made exactly for the personnel that is on Alabama's roster. And I won't be surprised with the portal coming up, the spring portal, that we do add to that depth on the roster. But man, okay. I'm basically saying he has weapons he's never had. Okay, I got you. 100%. Thanks, Coin God. Thanks for pointing that out. Like, 100. I don't think he's trolling. I think he meant to say something and say it in a different way. I will say that. So I'll give him credit for that. But yeah, he does. I mean, he has some dangerous weapons. Like, and the 4-2-5 is legit. It's a fun defense. So interesting enough, right? Like, we've seen it in different ways. Ran, I think, with a 4-3 and is bringing like additional DBs on the field. And in a way, I guess, like, Saban also ran that, you know. And I know you guys are all gonna be like, well, wait a minute, you know, Saban didn't run that at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, wait, you know. Well, here's what he did do. There's been some back and forth stuff with Saban based on his coordinators. What's good, Merrill? What's good? Hey, Rich B, how you doing, man? What's good, brother? What's good? Appreciate it. But you know, getting back into it, like with Saban, he kind of jumped with his coordinators and saw what was successful based on his personnel, right? So, but he's traditional. If you look at that base, you know, I guess with him was what, that 3-4. He had a 3-4 front. And it's interesting to see with Saban, like, as he went through, the way his defense progressed with the coordinators. So honestly, though, what we saw a lot of, right? Todd, this is exactly where I'm getting at. Saban used elements of the 4-2-5. He did, and he had a lot of success with it. And now, like, we're in this point of saying that with the 4-2-5, we get to use this personnel that's on the roster that is young, and I'm going to throw this out there for you guys too. That's actually pretty exciting. It's a young roster with some really great talent, but bringing back some guys in key positions who are going to play massive roles, right? And the team that reminds me where Kane had the most success was when he comes to Indiana with DeBoer. And that team was like number 1 in turnovers, number 1 in sacks. That team, when he comes there, just absolutely kills it, right? They have a very similar person at that time frame, a very similar personnel with experience in the type of players they had. And I'll say this too, without like maybe the massive talent level that Bama has, right? So, I mean, Indiana, like you play in Division I football, you're good, okay? But I mean, Alabama is just in this day and age, they just have a talent level, especially after this year's class. That is so hard to match. There's not a lot of teams. Maybe Georgia comes slightly close, and maybe LSU. But again, so the thing is though, with their talent level and the discipline in these players, which Saban did it was a great parting gift to DeBoer. To leave them with this core group of players and bring in a talent level who stays committed, okay, that is ready to work, that is going to be phenomenal. And I think for me where I am so excited about this like Swarm D. And so we think about it and we think about like how this comes into play, right? And where we really see it with Womack, and we'll start there with him. Womack comes in. I think he was a graduate assistant, and funny enough, this is a good one. He was a graduate assistant, I think, under Hugh Freeze. If Auburn thinks they're about to score a bunch of points on Alabama and the Iron Bowl, man, you better think twice, because Womack got Hugh Freeze's number. I'll tell you that right now. Like, Auburn ain't scoring. Like, I'll be surprised if they score over 14 when they play Bama ever. When Womack's D. Womack has sat there and watched everything under Hugh Freeze, and now he's running his offense over at Auburn. And it's almost like this beautiful picture to say Womack gets to come in with a studly defense and go up against somebody he used to watch all day in practice. Like, I mean, that's going to be phenomenal. But and Womack also comes from this like unique background, right? That's what we'll get into. So he plays tight end, fullback for Arkansas and Southern Miss, right? He ends up being a GA, okay? And that was again under Hugh Freeze. So, and guys, I want to also get to your chat too while we're going through, because I know one of the things to do is I'm reading through so much stuff. I don't get to see all your guys' stuff all the time, so I want to make sure I'm acknowledging you guys as well. So, and again, throw up some of that fan funder stuff, because we love that stuff, and if I can get those quotes up and they're highlighted, and then I can read those out and I can answer any questions you guys got. So, he goes to Eastern Illinois, he's defensive coordinator. Then he goes to South Alabama, defensive coordinator. And so South Alabama, this is where we really start to hit it off with Womack. Is he goes in there, okay? He 37 points per game. That's what South Alabama had. Womack gets there year one. I think it was he drops him down to 25 points per game, and year two, 24 points per game, right? Okay, and real quick, it looks like we're gonna throw up the super chat leaderboard and see where everybody's at, because we want to make sure that we are, as we're going through and we're putting out this content, like we got to make sure that we're getting out there and we're having everything we can to provide you guys more and more content, and that comes from the super chat daily leaderboard. And it comes from getting those super chats out so I can make sure that I'm hitting off with you guys and answering any of your questions and seeing them. So on our first one, we got Adam Lampanello. We appreciate you for 20. And then we got a tie, it looks like right now, with Gary Bama for life and Crimson Blood 22 for 2. And so I want to see some more of those up there. I really appreciate you guys. And hopefully I want to keep bringing you guys content as much as I can. So really appreciate it. And like I said, throw those up there when you guys got those questions and I can jump in there. But I'll say this, going back to South Alabama with Womack at DC, he drops him from 37 points per game to 25 points per game. And then in year two there, 24 points per game. That's impressive. That's his second DC stint at that time frame. He's starting to make his way up. He then goes over to Indiana. Okay. And that's where it's like super stoked. Like, I mean, in Jay Townsend, thank you very much. We have over 300 watching, only 186 likes. Please hit that like icon. Like, let's get that up there. Let's do it. I mean, if you guys like the stuff I'm putting out, please hit those likes, thumbs up. I want to make sure that I keep bringing you guys awesome stuff and continuing to move forward and just do great great work. But we'll get back into it. For Indiana, he meets DeBoer, right? He meets Coach KD. And there's a little funny story there. You know, he starts going to like KD's house, right? He starts going to KD's house. Okay. And he's talking about like, man, I didn't have a pool. I watched an interview where he's talking about this. So I go over to KD's house all the time and we just chit chat it up. And it reminds me of that quote where it's like, you guys ever watch Step Brothers? They're like, did we just become best friends? Did we just become best friends? And that is right now, that's KD and Womack. And that's another thing why I am so excited, because straight up, these dudes together, they're so passionate, right? That they want to be successful, because not only are they doing it from the standpoint of like, you know, keeping the Bama standard, but they're doing it for themselves and loving doing it together. Like that's what makes it fun. You get to do this with your friends. You get to go out and get after it and play or coach some ball with your friends. Man, love that stuff. And so at Indiana, these two, you know, have this connection. And I mean, so prior to Womack coming to Indiana, right? For the last 10 years prior to that, like they were above 33 points per game for defense. That's what they were giving up, 33 points per game. So Womack comes there and shows up, and they drop down to 24 points per game. Now I'm going to be honest, like that's an impressive number after 10 years of seeing consistent 33 points per game. And then he just shows up year one, they drop down 24 points per game. Bama's going to win. I would honestly say Bama would win every game this season if that's what they hit. That's the max they're putting out, is 24 points per game. Like that offense, like I said, no matter who is back there calling what, because KD is going to have it in tune. He's going to have his way. He's going to make sure that there's input coming, and he's seeing what he wants to see. That offense, if I'm correct, KD's offenses everywhere he has been have averaged in the mid 30s, or upper 30s. So I don't have that quote or that exactly with the facts of like what the average was, but I know it's in the 30s. And then Randall Green, appreciate you, man. Thank you for that super chat. $4.99. Had no idea Womack was familiar with Free's great info. Like, I mean, straight up. Like he was. And that's going to be funny. Adam Lamparello, another 20, man. Appreciate you, Merrill. Great job. Even though our secondary, including 3 5-star DBs, will be inexperienced. Isn't inexperience sometimes a good thing? It is, because you can mold it faster, right? So let's say you have guys who come in who already have like tendencies. That's hard to break certain tendencies. Habits are hard to break. And I will tell you right now, what's exciting about these new dudes, and I really want to jump into that. And we got off on a little tangent today, because I got a lot of good stuff for you guys. It's 11:41, so I only got like almost 15 minutes. But I will say this is like that inexperience is amazing when you have the attitude that you want to work. And there's a recent article put out talking about the DBs doing some work. And like I said, I want to jump further into that, because these guys are going to come out, I think, surprising people to a point that, you know, a lot of people are like, they're so young though. They're so young. But that is the point of the 4-2-5. And that's where I'm trying to go with this, with trying to break this down for you guys, because it is a defense that is made. How do I say this? There's simplicity in it, but the beauty of it is the way that it flows and allows guys to play with their natural talent. Okay, so instead of having to think about all these different drops, reads, and making these movements, it truly allows you to play with your natural ability. What is the one thing Alabama really has on defense, and especially in these young guys with the secondary? They have amazing natural ability, and we see it in their videos. And I'm going to talk about that too. And that might be a subject that I jump into if I come back on tomorrow or the next day, but just because we don't have that much time to keep going in on those. But I will break down those DBs. I played DB, I played safety. I loved it. And that's an expertise area for me. So I do want to get into all of that. And going back to what you're saying, Adam, is inexperience sometimes a good thing? Players don't think as much. They take more risks. and they just play. Do you agree? I don't know about necessarily the risks aspect. I think sometimes you can get hesitation, but that's also goes into what I discussed yesterday, why you want to have that bond with those coaches that allows everybody to really feel comfortable. And KD brings that, and each of these coaches bring that. Yes, they will expect the standard to be perfection, excellence, right? Like excellence is a standard, okay? And you have to hit that standard. But at the same time, they will be comfortable by going into spring as the installments and the packages happen. Because right, we're starting to do this. The installments are coming along because this dead period is about to be over, right? And as we do that, they're going to be comfortable making those mistakes in practice, and they're going to learn quickly because you are playing against epic players in practice. So the exciting thing is on this too, and this is where I'm getting at for you guys who haven't thought about this, right? I'll tell you right now, is you know whose offense they go against in spring and in fall ball? Do you think they're prepping for some other team? No. The offense they're going against is KD's offense. Guess what everyone has said about KD's offense? A DB from Oregon, and Oregon did have some really good talent this year. So a defensive back from Oregon, he is quoted saying, that was the most complicated offense I've ever had to go against. So if you think these guys are for being freshmen, right? If you think these guys are going to come out there to these other SEC teams who are talented, you know, the SEC has talent everywhere. They have speed everywhere. Phenomenal. There's great coaches all over. Okay. But if you think that they're going to come out there and not have some experience now because they're now having to play against KD's offense, who, guess what? That offense is going to be working their tail off to be spot on and be efficient. So you are going to get the best show from the offense, and you're going to get the best competition from the defense. Like, this is going to be phenomenal. That's honestly, if KD does it like he did at University of Washington, that's why I'm going to come up to Tuscaloosa, and I'll be there. I'm going to coaching clinic because I want to hear about the breakdown, and I want to bring it back to you guys, to be honest with you, and see who I can kind of chit chat with. And on top of that, like, I want to see how that spring ball rolls. Like, I'm going to stay there from the coaching clinic through A-Day. And I'm going to go up there and I'm going to learn and break it all down for you guys, just so you can hear about the competition and understand like what you're about to witness on the football field this season and how excited you can be about it, right? Like, I mean, when these two are matching each other, and they got to do that at Indiana. So hence, why do you think Indiana at that time frame has this studly defense when KD is the offense coordinator, right? And then you got Womack as a defense coordinator. In Alabama or Indiana at that time frame when they're both there ends up like showing out and being phenomenal. You know, for an Indiana team that really, you know, subpar, hasn't been that good, giving up 33 points per game for over 10 years. But now all of a sudden they're showing up. It's not like the talent level changed dramatically. It's not like they just brought in some amazing athletes. You know, it stayed pretty consistent, right? But no, that's because they're facing each other in practice. And now they're about to do it with some of the best athletes in the world in the football game, where majority of your roster could go to the NFL. You know, like, I mean, phenomenal. So, I mean, I'm excited for that. I think you guys are going to have a good time with this defense, and I'll get back to it. So going back in, right? Like, so Womack at Indiana, right? 24 points per game, like doing great, ends up leaving there, and then goes down to South Alabama. For those of you, like I said, who are familiar with him, you know, I mean, you guys obviously had a chance to see it, and I'll tell you this, like, that defense, South Alabama, was studly. So there was a graph that I saw. And it was broken down for me, and it said, in comparison to Nick Saban's defense, right, from 2000, I think it was from 2018 and on, based on the graph that I had read, that Womack was able at South Alabama, that 2022 defense, because I mean, he was only there for 2 years, right? But that 2022 defense kept in par with Nick Saban's defense as far as stat line and points per game and turnovers, right? Like getting turnovers. It kept in par with Nick Saban defense since 2018 and beyond. That's impressive. You're doing that with a different group of athletes. Yeah, maybe you're not playing the same talent level, right? Obviously, as the SEC, but so Alabama's playing SEC teams. But we can say like for South Alabama, they are playing the best teams they can, and there's still a lot of talent there. And he's doing it. If we look at it from a talent level, and we bring it down to maybe what South Alabama's at in comparison to Alabama, that's actually pretty amazing, because it does translate very well, right? And the fact that Womack's defense is keeping up with Saban's defense, like that's something that I think really drew me, and I said, wow, that's very unexpected. I hadn't seen that before. You know what I'm saying? So it was a really good stat line to see this chart breakdown, to be like, oh man, this is kind of a cool surprise that I don't think a lot of people think about either, right? And I mean, I'm pretty sure with that is the other beautiful part of Womack is his dad, Dave. Okay, so Dave, longtime coach, SEC, and then he also coached in the ACC, right? And so he got to watch his dad truly. Merrill, real quick, Brian Thomas, Merrill, how deep do you think the D-line rotation will be? I think you'll see. Well, man, there's one thing I noticed, and I should say this from the way they'll play. I think it's the Bandit and Wolf, and I'll break those positions down for you guys when we got a little more time, maybe tomorrow, because I'll get into the kind of meat and potatoes of it all tomorrow, but or maybe even tonight, because I'm on at 6 Central Time tonight and I can talk about it with Coach Jay, but I'll say this is I think with that rotation, there is a lot of depth, especially at that Bandit and Wolf. And I think you're going to see some guys who really step up and they excel differently than in the past, because in the past there was so many, the concepts were a little more complicated, because there was, it's like when you train or practice really hard at something, that muscle memory finally kicks in. Well, if you haven't done it before, it's hard to get that muscle memory. The beautiful part about the 4.25 and the way it's ran is you can now use your natural athleticism, and you don't have to necessarily think as much to work through some of these things and create muscle memory. Yes, there are concepts that are beautifully complicated, but they're actually very simple in the way they're ran out of, and it allows the players to play freely. So you are going to see guys on this roster who maybe are very unexpected, who we've all been waiting to be like, oh, how come he hasn't shown up? Well, that's because he was having a hard time learning the playbook. I'm going to be honest with you guys. When you get a playbook, especially a defensive playbook, it's like a Bible. And not to mention there's installations every week. I mean, it's insane. And there is a lot to break down. In the other aspect too is it, especially if you're like a defensive back or you're playing linebacker, you really got to know what the guys are doing in front of you too. So that way you're making sure you're filling the right gaps depending on what the blitz package is and the coverage scheme, right? But what's going to be beautiful about the defensive line and whatnot is you're going to see like these guys really have a chance to excel, and we're going to probably see guys show up in a way that they really didn't feel comfortable yet doing prior, because they were just unsure. So now when you take the part, just like when you're training anybody, when you take the part of the thoughts out and you don't have to think as much, now you can more react so naturally. In J.A. Kelly, in Saban's defense, D-line was basically 2-gap space fillers. Yes, and if you've ever seen the training for like 2-gap space fillers, it's not easy because you got to get your head, depending on obviously the package, the play call, and the blitz, and then also what front you're playing. But you're trying to win 2 gaps. Now you're in a position where with the 4-2-5 where you're playing more so like a single gap, but you're creating alleyways that makes the running back, and we'll get into the way it works with the pass game, but with the running back, it creates an alleyway where it forces them into one section, and then everybody comes together. Hence swarm D. Get it? Like it's a mind trick. So it allows it to naturally flow in a way for the running back to basically flow into a position, into a specific alleyway, or we'll call them danger zones. All right. And once they hit the danger zone, it turns into a swarm. It's like, for those who have a military background or do any sort of training like that, you don't want to get stuck in a hallway when you're doing indoor tactical, like CQB, like close quarters combat. The hallway is the last place you ever want to be. Well, that's what this defense does, right? Is it puts you in a hallway, okay? And in that hallway, there's nowhere to escape, and everybody's coming from every direction. The beautiful part about the DBs is that, again, there's not so much thinking as there is just watching the ball. So I will tell you right now, like, you're about to see a awesome defense that kicks it off. The secondary excitement, I think, like I said, I'll have to get into that later, and we're going to keep these topics up. We'll probably go swarm D, secondary excitement. We'll do part 1. Like I said, we're just kind of opening up right now with part 1, and we'll get into it more as we go through the week. But I do want to bring up these other topics real quick while I got a few minutes left, and we'll say the creating coaching pipelines. And I will say this from the standpoint of like everything that's going on with the changes of coaches, right? We have so many changes, and it's been chaos. So it feels like there's almost not enough coaches. Do you guys agree or disagree? Because I feel like you just can't, like, we just cannot find coaches. And I want to hear you guys' opinions on this, because the pipeline and where I'm coming from this is the way we are starting to analyze and watch players. So you're recruiting and you're looking for players starting when they're in 6th, 7th, 8th grade, right? So why are we not maybe dipping down to some levels and starting to take on some names of up and comers? I mean, great, interesting question, right? Like, this is going to be one of those areas where we could start doing, and where I heard this from was Andy Reid, who just won his 3rd, 4th Super Bowl. Can someone tell me how many Super Bowls Andy has now? Andy Reid from Chiefs. Because I don't know that stat off the top of my head. But Reid, man, Reid, honestly, he had talked about 3. Thank you, Adam. He had talked about, and Darwin, appreciate you too, man. He had talked about the fact that, like, he really found these innovative and new ways of doing things by going to coaches. And Brian Thomas, they're hiding their coaches because they won't us be greater than them. Okay. But I mean, and here's the thing, man, is like, I started to think about this. What are the weaknesses of the 4-2-5? We will get into that, Dave. I don't really got time to jump into that today, but don't get me wrong. The Swarm D, we're not done with that yet. We're just going to call this an intro for the Swarm D today. But and maybe some other guys will cover it too as we go through the day, because Coach Smook does a great job. Coach Sean does a really, really phenomenal job. And then, like I said, me and Coach Jay will be back on at 6 p.m. Central Time tonight. So if you guys want to tune in then, we'd love to have you guys back in the chat and hear more about the awesome topics that we'll bring up, and probably, jump off of some of these today too. But creating those coaching pipelines, you know what I'm saying? And I think that, man, this is like such a phenomenal concept that I wonder, I know there's stuff out there, right? Like we have some GAs that come out. There are some, connections with coaches later and further down, like through programs and other thing like that. But man, it almost feels like as a priority now, I would start to create like this pipeline of these up and comers of guys that I would take shots on based on what I'm seeing, because we have already seen the trend that winners win. All right. If you are successful in your personality, in your integrity, in your character, and all of it matches, and you are having some extreme success at maybe some lower levels where guys don't really know your name, maybe you're in some far off distance place, right? But guess what? Success translates wherever you go, as long as you sit there. Todd, yeah, like Merrill. Hey, thanks, Todd. I appreciate you, man. But as long as you sit there and you have a process, that's what KD has. He's developed this process. He's developed this system for so long, very much like Belichick had with the Patriots. Okay, I mean, yeah, he also had Tom Brady, but Tom wasn't some stud. Go look at Michigan. Tom just had a winner's mindset. He just knew how to win, and Tom helped create this process and make tweaks along the way. Hence why they were so successful. Okay. Well, now Andy Reid figured out his process, and he has the right things in place, and he continues to have the right things in place. It's a very, very interesting concept that I think a lot of people just don't think about. That it doesn't matter where you're at, whether it's in a career, whether it's at home with your family, whether it's your daily routine, right? And I guess whether that is when it comes down to football or sports, you look at all these great players, right? And coaches, if anybody goes watch, man, one of my favorite documentaries is The Last Dance with Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls, right? And it's beautiful to watch the way that process worked for them. There was a process. Yes, you had Michael Jordan, the greatest of all time, but Jordan had a specific way of doing things. Hence why he was successful. So why don't we do that, right? With looking for these coaches and finding out who's next. Let's have something available to get these guys before, or maybe if they never ever get picked up, but have an opportunity, right? And maybe we can start creating a new atmosphere of coaches who still have like the passion, and they still have the time to go after some of these things and to deal with some of the bullshit that we all have to deal with, or some of these coaches have been around for a long time. Chip Kelly's a great example. Screw it. I don't want to be a head coach because this is way too much shit to deal with. And I want to move. I'm done. Like, I'm going to go be a offensive coordinator at Ohio State. I don't want to deal with all the head coach stuff. So now it's worrisome, right? Because you have head coaches who, it's not like Chip Kelly is like some, crap coach. He's legit. He is a good coach. Yeah, it might be quirky and weird, but that's what I'm saying. So, like, we need to create a pipeline, and that's where I'm going with like creating coaching pipelines and finding out a way to create this system that we can get after some of these people that maybe go unnoticed. Andy Reid is onto something, and secretly the guy's a genius. He really is. I mean, it's a stud. Ryan, Coach Merrill, do you think over defense will be aggressive? I missed the punch in the mouth football. I'm sure you meant our defense will be aggressive. Yes. And Ryan, you keep tuning in, man. Like, I'm going to cover it. This is the intro to the Swarm defense. We're going to go over a lot, right? And I will tell you this, in the end of the day, like, this defense is going to be extremely aggressive. I think you'll probably see this defense be in a way that maybe some of the original defenses that Saban had that were just like, that scared everybody. I think you're gonna see it this year. You're gonna get the aggressiveness. Maybe there will be some errors here and there because it is year one. I'm not gonna sit there and pretend that like people don't make mistakes. We're all human, right? And we're young. But I will say this. Like, in the end of the day, yes. Like, you look at year two. This defense is gonna destroy people. I'm going to tell that defensive back secondary, those safeties and cornerbacks who are all like freshmen, they are going to rock people in year two. And Marquetta, Merrill, are you interested in coaching? Hell yeah, I'm interested in coaching. I always am. I coach all the time, everything I can. And I got kids, so I try to work with them. And then also, man, like, we'll see what happens. I love life's ride and see what opens up, So, but right now, man, I love doing this too. I love getting on and chatting with you guys and just talking football and bringing you guys like new and different opinions along with the rest of the team. Like the guys on here are so great. So great. And Bama football on YouTube, man, this is the platform to be on. You want to talk football, you want to be real, you want to feed out some really good information that's legit. And that's why we say share it and give us thumbs up. Like sit there and love the super chats, because the super chats, there's so many people commenting, as you guys see it on there. Sometimes it's hard to keep up and to stay on your points. Hence, we got a little off topic today, and I'm sorry for that, everybody. But we will come back to this when I get back on, and we'll do it. And we'll get into more and more and more. But because I really want to break this down for you guys. I want to break down the swarm defense, how fun it is, how exciting it is. We can jump off topic. We don't need to constantly stay on like what's going to happen with the offense in Sheridan. What's going to happen with Shepard. I promise you guys, it's all going to be okay. Like Coach KD is here. It's all going to be okay. Like in the end of the day, like he's going to motivate. He's going to keep that family feel. He's going to make sure that we are successful. And even if people leave, Nick Saban, people left all the time. There was constant change in the building, but what stayed the same? What is now ingrained into the University of Alabama? Alabama. Whoop. Did you guys hear me?
There we go. I was trying
Smook?
to hit it. My
What up,
fault,
Smook?
man. What's good,
What
bro?
up, Smook? But hey, I will say this to you guys. What was ingrained, University of Alabama and the people of Alabama, based on this football? And it was the Alabama standard. So just think about that. But we got Smook in the house, everybody.
What's
Coach
good,
Smook.
Jake? What's good,
What's up,
man? Look,
how you doing?
I seen you pulling out some of that defensive talk, man. We're gonna actually pull up the chalkboard, man, today. We're gonna pull it up today during the Smook Scoop segment. Ain't got much to talk about, other than what's to come to expect, man. So I see you excited about the defensive side. I am too, man. Got to watch some film yesterday. It was pretty lit.
Okay, yeah, no, man. Swarm D, like, I love it. And you guys, man, and this is what I was just telling the chat. I said, like, you got to tune in, especially when like you and Coach Sean, right, is undefeated. You guys all tune in, and that's why I was saying, like, yeah, get people on here to hear about this, because you guys do such a great job.
Man,
great job. I mean, man, Coach Smook, if you guys haven't seen it yet, when he breaks down some of the plays or like the offense and defense, and you get to actually see the way the personnel looks, it is phenomenal. And and chat, and I hope everybody watching loves it, because I know I do.
Yeah, man,
it is so good, man. Like, and did you like that Swarm D sign?
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, bro. I am becoming more and more of a believer. I think it's going, like you said just a few minutes ago, it's going to be some rough spots early on, but the whole idea and the makeup of what he can possibly do, it's only a matter of like 3 or 4 games before these young kids, like these are concepts they're running in high school. So it should translate. Verbiage might change a lot, terminology, but concepts are consistent in this style of 4-2-5, and the way that he wants these inside linebackers to play in space. I mean, look at what these guys did in high school. A lot of them. Look at Deontay Lawson's high school film. Look at Jahad Campbell's film. Look at, I mean, I hate that Sean Murphy is going, because my God, imagine him with an opportunity. Justin Jefferson, like the inside linebackers will be able to display their range in this style.
Beautiful, man. And you just brought up such an epic point, right? And I hope everybody loves this, is that these guys, if you're a recruit, and you guys know, or if you guys know any recruits, you tell them to tune into the show if they're wondering about Alabama football. Because here's what I will say right now. Here's the deal. If you're a recruit and you want to showcase your talent on the defensive side of the ball, especially, and offense, but let's talk about defensive side of the ball real quick, because that's where we're at. And you want to showcase your talent, and you want to be able to play free and let those NFL scouts see your abilities, guess what? This is the type of defense you want to play in, because it is free. You're allowed to kind of let your mind go and play out of your natural instinct.
Right.
I mean, it's going to be so exciting to watch, and that's what Now you can play to the highest level possible, and you're going to showcase some true talent to the NFL and increase your draft stock. Come to Alabama.
Man, I'm telling you, that's why I was saying I'm excited to see guys like Quay Russaw and Noah Carter, Sterling Dixon. Man. Like next year, when it's their turn to really be in that rotational group, I'm excited to see this year. Now, Deontay Lawson, Jahad Campbell, Justin Jefferson should have like breakout seasons to solidify their draft placement. You know, they're securing their draft placement, not necessarily all three going first round, but I could see some early day 2 draft picks out of our linebacker room, if not day 1 with Jahad Campbell. I think Jahad Campbell is probably going to be the only linebacker that goes first round next year. I think Q-Rob is going to have a high draft stock, but I think Campbell you could put him on the edge. You can make him an edge rush. You could put him inside. He could play your will. I mean, in this defense this year, presumably, starting at the sting, that's like perfect spot. Your hybrid linebacker plays the sting. Yeah. Jefferson and Campbell rotating at that spot. Jesus Christ, man, it's about to be
holy smokes. I mean, these guys are going to eat, like, because those that we were talking about this. I know you're going to get into it, but that way that Swarm D works in the alleyways, especially for against the run game, it flows right into those. Yeah,
that's all it knows. It's a flow style defense. It's a force to the flow. Like even if you slant the wrong way, your crash, the way he's aggressive, how aggressive he is with his crash calls, it puts guys on the backside in the play. It's like it's a high risk, high reward defensive play calling style. I can't wait to see him have it with all the athletes he's going to have available at Alabama. Just look at how I was literally watching this Troy game from last year, South Alabama and Troy. Any second, third and passing +5, they were, similar blitz. The same blitz package was being sent, and they could not. Troy's offensive line could not stop it. They were stunting the end. They'll bring in the Wolf and let him stand up in the middle in front of the 2 inside backers, and they were stunting him as if he was an extra backer, but he was the 4th down lineman. So it was crazy, man. It's how they scheme it up and give those guys freedom to kind of move around and disguise the looks. I can't wait to see these young kids on the perimeter have to work with that. It's gonna be crazy. We're gonna dive into it today, chat. I'm telling y'all.
Beautiful, man. Like beautiful. Yeah, you guys are gonna love it. Coach Smook, man. I love interacting with you. It'd be fun to do it together at some point.
Right. And I love you, man. I love it. What I will say is this, man, and I'm all for it. So tonight we're gonna do I think me and Kyle, I'm pretty sure he'll be down for it. If we do chalk talk tonight, like a big chalk talk session, you gotta pull back up, man. You gotta pull back up. So for real, bro.
Nah, man, but I'll let you do your thing. I know they're excited, and we got off on some stuff earlier, but I'll tell you this: undefeated. I love you guys. Chat. Thank you guys very much for all the love. Thanks for tuning in. Enjoy Coach Smook. Coach Smook. I love it, man. Hey,
man. Baby. Hey, shout out to Jake, man. Roll Tide,
bro. Let's go.
Let's go. He got that energy. Let's go.
Let's get it. Roll Tide. All right, you guys have fun.
Roll Tide, baby. Let's go, man. Hey, shout out to Jake Merrill, man, with the Merrill Report, man. Breaking the freaking energy today, man. Y'all see, it's infectious. I'm telling you. When you come to Bama football on YouTube, you got to bring that energy. You want to know why? Because it's about that time, man. It's about that time, baby. Yeah. Is that the Smook Scoop? Yes, sir. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, run up the emos, baby. Run up the emos, baby. Run up the emos, baby. Let's go. Where y'all at? Jay Townsend, Uncle Jay in the building. Will in the chat. Undefeated in the chat. J.A. in the chat. Marquita in the chat. Let go. Glenn in the chat. Marvin in the chat. Chillin' Dylan in the chat. Roll Tide. Randall in the chat. He in the chat. Joy, he in the chat. Yeah, that's where he at. Oh, Bino in the chat. Hey, that's where he at. Goofball in the chat. Hey, that's where they at. Roll Tide. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go, Marquita in the chat. Bama fan in the chat. Let's go. Jimmy Brown, what's good? Sean, what's good? Y'all, we got that energy today. I'm telling y'all. Let me tell y'all why. I had some coffee this morning. Y'all know how I get when I get off that coffee. You know what I'm saying? Shoulders get a little, you know what I'm saying? I ain't work out today, though. I'm recuperating from that that run the other day. Like, let me tell y'all know I told y'all I was trying to get back in shape, right? Like, I really had to chill off that run the other day, man. It was literally like a mile and a half, maybe. And I had to chill off of that. Like, I gotta, whew. Baby steps, baby. Baby steps. I'm old. I'm getting old, man. I'm getting old. But what's good, everybody? How y'all feeling today? K-Spray, you feeling good today? Yes, Big Slum. I'm the best rapper alive. You better put it on a plaque. Hey, make me a statue next to Coach Saban. Best Bama rapper alive. I'm just playing, man. I can't rap. What's good, Larry Large? Hey, Larry Large, did you get your reality or reach in today? I think I got a good one, too, if you don't have one. DR334, what's good, family? You officially lit. Randall say he officially lit. You want me to tell you why I'm so hyped, man? They are talking football in the Bama football locker room right now. There's at the Bama facilities at Malmore. They're talking football now. They're talking schematics. They're talking about putting guys in place. They're talking about who they're see for this and that and this and that. We're talking preseason workouts. We're talking about fourth quarter program. We're talking about everything. Scott Cochran not at Georgia anymore. What in the world is going on at Alabama right now? It's a lot today. Just under the scenes, the people not talking about because it's good news. It's scary news for the rest of college football if everybody else finds out that Alabama is still on the prowl with everything, every facet. We're talking about in recruiting. We're talking about in staff hires. We're talking about, player retainment. What are we not doing right now? It's like we're not missing a beat, man. We lose a coach today, promote a coach tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? And everybody not happy with it, but then once you start looking at it, you like, oh, wow. It does make sense. Because Kalen DeBoer has done the same thing at every stop as a head coach, guys. There's a reason why he's only lost 12 games in 3 years. That's crazy. 12 games in 3 years. And the most, as a head coach, the most losses he's taken in the season was COVID year. They went 3-3. That's the most losses he's taken. Then he turns around and goes to the second year at Fresno State, 3. Most losses he's taken at Washington, 3. He only took 2 in the first season at Washington and 1 last year. Good. So, why change up the model? Why change up the plan, chat? Why would we do that? Why would we do that? Undefeated his first year in high school. I wouldn't go that far back, but it's true. Why do people continue to just think that this is going to be like the worst transition? This man has set up, like I made the analogy yesterday, y'all. We gave him as a speed racer, as a NASCAR driver. He didn't even have to build this car. We gave him the keys to like the top end vehicle. The top-notch car, the one that was like a step away from winning last year. We just didn't have the right driver at the point. Our driver, Father Time caught up. The times are changing. The track was starting to change. All the modifications are starting to get a little wonky for the old school GOAT. You get what I'm saying? So he decided to hang it up after that last lap. He just hung it up after that last lap. Now we done gave the keys to this new up-and-coming guy that's really blazing right now. And he been blazing before. Like he been on the trail blazing with just the rinky-dink stuff he put together from home. And then he had like a low-level sponsor at Washington. You know what I'm saying? He got his first little low-level sponsor. Some Nesbitt cookies or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like they ain't Oreo or Nabisco and then like that. They like the Great Value brand. That's who he was sponsored by at Washington. Now he up here. He got Nike. He got doggone Nabisco. He got Oscar Mayer. He got Mercedes-Benz. Ain't no more Honda. We Mercedes-Benz now, baby. You get what I'm saying? The boy about to go crazy, man. I'm hyped, bro. I'm hyped, y'all. I'm telling y'all. This man is about to go crazy. Big body Benz DeBoer. You know what I'm saying? You got to keep it on the road. That's it. That's all you got to do. Keep it on the road. Keep it on the road. He had a little go-kart. Now he got to hit me. That boy got that Hellcat. I'm telling you, they done put that boy in the Hellcat. They got that boy in the Hellcat. The super soup Hemi. Chance, what's good? Welcome in, Chris from New Jersey. What's good? Welcome in, JG. What's good, family? Oh yeah, and you know what's crazy? People are forgetting that DeBoer is a X's and O's guy. He's not a media guy. He's not one of them flashy guys. He's X's and O's. He loves players. He loves coaching players. Loves developing talent. So I'm excited. Nick Sheridan, we talked about that yesterday. Nick Sheridan, the target value of all these targets that we're creating. And I'm talking about from hiring staff all the way down to the players that we're targeting. I mean, just look at the class we was able to secure on this just recently on this past Saturday. He was able to get Noah Carter to fully commit. He was able to lock in Ryan Williams. QB Reese was another signee. You had some of your preferred walk-ons in the specialty group. And Jay Williams. You had what's the other kid's name? Jesus Christ, I forget the other one's names. I'm sorry, y'all. Greener. I forget the other two's names. But all the preferred walk-on. These specialty guys are not, just overlooked guys. They're going to come in and compete. They got the energy behind them. I'm excited for them. I mean, quality targets. You look at who we got over, who we promoted the offensive coordinator. This is a quality promotion to me because you're sitting there and you're having a guy that understands he still has nuances of this offense to learn. And yes, I have the title, but I'm ready to learn the right way to call this offense. Yes, I understand the each level of it. I understand how it's supposed to operate, but we're in a different league right now. So yes, I expect Nick Sheridan to be up in the booth. I expect Jamarcus Shepard to be on the sidelines with wide receivers. Coach DeBoer will be on the sideline, be in the direct contact with the quarterback and the head coach. That gives him the opportunity, being the play caller for the offense and being the head coach, being the guy that's going to be directly connected with the quarterbacks, right? That's the type of stuff we've been missing on the sideline at Alabama for the past few years. I don't know how many times I heard fans say last year, man, we need Tommy Reese on the sideline so he could be talking to Jalen. He could be in his ear. Well, now with Kalen DeBoer calling plays, you know that's going to happen. Jalen Milroe is going to have an up close and personal type thing with him. And we see how that affected Michael Penix, being able to look at the coach and, or hear the coach right there. I hate the fact that they don't have the radio comms for college football in the in-helmet comms for college football yet. That's crazy that they haven't done that yet. I'm just ready, man. I'm ready. EJ the 8 said, I be needing that energy. You be coming within the nothing, Smook. Hey, let me tell you that I just live like this, man. Ain't no reason to sit back and just, dwell on the negative stuff that people try to put in front of you. Because if you do, man, you'll be defeated. You'll be defeated. You really will. Hey, shout out to my guy, Toby, man. Shoot me a text. He says, let's get behind Coach DeBoer at Alabama Crimson Tide. Shout out to Toby, man. Appreciate that love. Hey, don't forget, y'all. We got fan funders. I haven't seen any gifts yet. So that means Patriot Life ain't on lunch break yet. So that means, yeah. So check this out, man. Remember, the fan funders. We are about to go to, fan funder only type streams. So we can get rid of all the trolls, all the haters, all the people that's coming in just to troll and try to disrupt the vibe. We are going to the fan funder only type stream. So if you don't want to miss out on the live streams to where you could come in and interact and get your questions answered, you might want to look into saving that $2.99 for next month so you could be a fan funder for the next 30 days. You feel me? I'm just ready for the season. Facts, Sean. Let me tell you, this is why I want to talk about this before we get into all the season talk. All right, Sean, let's jump on this subject. Everybody, what's up? Gary for Bama, my fam pulling up. Hey, Bison King, Stan, what's good? Saving let Cochran go because of his alcoholism. He didn't quit. His disease forced him into a new setting to bettering himself. Oh, man, I have a different opinion on that, Bison, and we're going to talk about it right now. So the Cochran rumors, they're true. He's no longer with the University of Georgia staff. He was previously serving as the special teams coach, coordinator, whatever you want to call it. And I think he held that position for 3 years. Now, this past season, has it been 2 years or 3 years, chat? Undefeated. Help me out. But all I know is that this past year, going into the season, coming into the primary part of the season, around that time, I think he was doing rehab or coming through rehab. He was having some personal life issues, and people were beginning to judge him and all of this. And he's got his known issues with alcohol. We know that. That's his own thing to deal with. That's his demon to deal with. And all we can do is pray for him. But when we talk from a standpoint of the Coach Cochran that we knew at the University of Alabama, the passion that he gave to Alabama, just imagine this. You're a column in the makeup of this program and what it's become, right? What it's known for, the dominance. When you think about the energy, the sideline presence that Coach Cochran had during the early part of Coach Saban's dynasty, it was unmatched across college football from the day he stepped on campus to the day he left. Maybe not the best strength and conditioning span we had during the latter part of, more scientific development. It's like he was a step behind. But you talk about the energy that he brings. Shout out to Jay Townsend for gifting the 5 subs, man. 5 gifted, 5 free gifted. So if you're in here and you're a true Bama fan, you're trying to become a part of the team, trying to join the membership, there goes 5 free gifted. You might be able to back out and jump back in and see him. You might be able to jump back in and be able to see him. Yeah. But yeah, just think about it. So just the Cochran that I know from Alabama, not the Cochran that we seen in the public eye now at Georgia. Just imagine being told like, man, you're not ready. And this could be a fair thing. And you got to be a certain type of mature to handle this. He's a rising, personality, coach, motivator, very well versed and knowledgeable of the game of football, right? Scott Cochran has some offensive line background. He also has the special teams coordinating background. But more so, we know him for his strength and conditioning, right? It would not hurt for Kalen DeBoer to have a conversation with Scott Cochran, who's only, I think, 44 years old, 45 now. That's not old. He's young in his coaching career. Not necessarily young in the age, but young in his coaching career. He has some deep ties in the SEC. Kids like to play for him. Kids get up for this young man, this young coach, right? Would it not be a reach to that allow him, knowing the type of energy he brought to the fan base and to these players? Would it be a reach for us to reach out to the Scott Cochran and provide him an avenue of, rehabilitating himself? Because if you get Coach Scott Cochran, and I said Cochran, I don't know what I was saying. You get Coach Cochran, you get him back here. He's not going anywhere for 5 to 6 years, and that's like a staple in the program that you can maintain. That's the good side of it. Now, the bad side of it, let's talk about it. I'm going to talk about both sides. I know y'all probably trying to eat me up right now. Pause. Dwight Pruitt, appreciate the gifted membership for the channel. If you don't have a gifted yet, if you do not have a membership, you may be able to back out and pick it back up. Roll Tide to my guy Dwight and my guy Jay. We got a total of 6 gifted on the stream today. Appreciate the love, fam. Y'all supporting us. Hey, we couldn't do it without y'all, man. My boy said, Smook, do you think there's any way Miro doesn't start this year? Ty, big step. All right, I'm going to say that for after, Demetrius. I got you. That's a good one. I got a reality of reach that's related to that. So here we go. Rich B, you facts. And that's what I'm saying. We wouldn't give Scott Cochran, and this is what I'm saying, guys. Listen, we're not trying to bring him back as a strength and conditioning coach. We fixed that issue. Dave Ballou and this staff, this new staff that they've integrated with Dave Ballou, I have utmost confidence in this staff and what they've been able to do and maintain as far as keeping players on the field, rehabbing, physical therapy, all of that stuff. Okay, we're not debating that. We're talking about bringing him over as a special teams coordinator, right? And also possibly integrating him as an offensive line assistant coach or an offensive line coach, bringing in another up-and-coming coach, a young mind, an old mind, collabing to work with interior, exterior linemen, right? It's been done. We've seen staffs do that. So it wouldn't be crazy because they wouldn't have any play calling. It'll all be development focused on 2 people with more eyes on a place where you need the most development for your offense to be successful, right? It makes sense. And then as an experienced coach, somebody to, give him responsibility to help build his resume, let him coordinate special teams. It wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt. So just I'm gonna give y'all a minute to kind of relish over that thought and tell me what y'all think. Give me some feedback, and I'm gonna respond. I'm not being biased. I'm trying to be as unbiased as I can. But the bad thing about possibly bringing him back after this super chat, bring Cochran in, we the Bama rehab facility. I would take a chance on him. Roll Tide, undefeated -1 $4.99 super chat. Appreciate that, my guy. Roll Tide. I'm with you, man. At least give the whole situation a real good look, right? Let's look and see what's really going on. Why did he leave Georgia? Is it because he doesn't want to be there anymore, or is it because of his issues there, or is it because he sees the opportunity to regain some type of comfort in being a coach and doing what he does because he's so passionate about being connected to Alabama? Is that the case? Is that the case? So I'm gonna go down and like I said, the alcohol stuff that cannot be an issue that you bring along with you. And to me, from what I'm hearing, it was more so of an issue after he left Alabama. He had it, but when he came on, Coach Saban kind of coached him up, had him get on the straight and narrow. He was real tough and tight, was squared away. When Kirby left, it was kind of a big thing for him because they were tight. He wanted an opportunity to become a coach. He saw opportunity. I can't remember who the special teams coach was that year when they left. Was it Jeff Banks? No, it wasn't Banks. Was it Jeff Banks? Was it Jeff Banks that left? I can't remember who it was, guys, but one of the coordinators left, and Cochran wanted to be the special teams coach. When it was made known that Coach Saban was not considering that, a lot of people thought he should. Coach Saban thought he wasn't ready. He made his exit to Georgia to be with Kirby. Kirby took care of him, made him a special teams coordinator. Didn't have anything to do with strength and conditioning because they have an immaculate, a superior strength and conditioning program over there at Georgia also. So I haven't seen his skills at a special teams coach position, but I feel like the motivator, having him as some type of role, coordinator, something on the sideline to bring that energy, man. There's something different about a coach that can be on the sideline and really affect players and get them to buy into physicality. And Scott Cochran has a keen ability to do that. He's a motivator by nature. I mean, just bring him back. Maybe that rehabilitates him. Being back on the capstone, being back at T-Town. You get what I'm saying? Being back at Bryant-Denny. You get what I'm saying? So that's what I feel about it. My guy said, much love, Smook. Tim Brooks, appreciate you, fam. Thane Brown. What happened to Dr. Matt Ray? What job did he take? Undefeated? And it's not a need, Daniel. You right. Steven. You say you vote no. I feel you. Capstone Review says I wouldn't want Cochran. A lot of people feeling, I got mixed feelings about it. I'm about 70-30, yes. You get what I'm saying? 75-25. 75-25, yes, no. Okay. Yeah, second chance is good, right? Yeah. And no, he has zero experience with the O-line, and we need an improvement. We don't need a moral victory. I feel you on that. And to your point, he does have a lot of experience with offensive line. That's what he came up as an offensive line coach. So, yeah, just to your point. He is a great motivator. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. And the thing is, I don't like how we jump on that media bandwagon of disowning him and ridicule him for having an alcohol problem. Like, some of y'all in the chat that had your own issues. But does that stop you from getting a second chance or getting opportunities to better yourself in life? This might be an opportunity. So just and not saying that you go after him and give him a max contract. If this is a position where you're struggling to find somebody to come over and take, the amount of pay or whatever, you go and get Scott Cochran and you give him an opportunity to rehabilitate himself. You think Matt Ray is with the Saints now? Yeah, I knew it was with the NFL. Everybody deserves a second chance, not at the expense of success, though. I will say that. If he doesn't come in and fall in with the alignment of the vision of where this program is going for the DeBoer era, yeah, you definitely don't waste time with that. Still, he see his arms in the air holding up for us. Man, it's crazy because that's what I'm saying. You said what? Bro, get out of here, man. I think Cochran got more recognition at Bama than at Georgia. We didn't see him while at Georgia like we did at Bama. And Dwight, I think that plays a part into who he became because I don't think he really has any coaching qualities, right? Other than being a motivator. And that's what Coach Saban wanted him to kind of be keen on. So I feel like if you give him an opportunity to come back and be in some type of support role, you get what I'm saying? Go and get him and give him some type of support role where he's on the field, he's talking to players, even if it's having a hand in special teams, not necessarily being the coordinator, being a co-coordinator or something. I mean, it can be done, and I think he would be a good positive add. And I got stories about Lane Kiffin and Sarkisian from former players that literally played with him. I talked to him on the daily. Wouldn't this be Cochran's third chance, Smook? I'm not sure. I don't think the one under Saban really counts because he came in with that issue, and Coach Saban kind of, just coached him up a little bit. Never removed him from the staff or anything like that. Never got fired. So he was very receptive to Coach Saban. I think a guy like Kalen DeBoer can be a positive influence for him. They're around the same age, speak this, sort of the same lingo. So it would be a good opportunity for him. Now, this is what I want to get into. Turning the page, switching the subject, switching gears. We're going to third gear. Boom. DeBoer and playing freshman. Coach Kalen DeBoer and playing freshman. Now, one thing I like about this year's team is that on the offensive side, you got an opportunity to sprinkle in a lot of freshmen in a lot of spots, right? And Kalen DeBoer, I believe, is going to be the primary play caller. Personnel-wise, I think he's going to give his position coaches on that side liberty to kind of fill and fit what they seem best for the scheme out of personnel groupings or formations. So I think that's going to be something curious to look at. But I think right now, when you look at the grand scheme of things, you turn on the film and you look at what Coach Kalen DeBoer did with his young guys last year at Washington. And there were some young running backs that came in the middle of game, meaningful playing time, where it was kind of like a uh-oh moment where he would actually give the ball to him or design plays, scheme plays up just for the young guy to get, abnormal opportunities a lot of times. So with a group of freshmen that we have coming in, oh my God, my back itching. Ouch. Feel like I got something bit me, yo. That's what happened when you be walking around with them. But yeah, so anyway, I feel like with this group of young guys on the offensive side, especially in the running back room, man, we got some dogs at running back in Kevin Riley and Daniel Hill. Those two guys I think are going to be really pressing for like some fighting for carries in that pickup time. But I think they are going to be used, 3 or 4 times throughout the year. Maybe throughout the game, where you might see Kevin Riley, Daniel Hill, Ryan Williams, Rico Scott, Amari Jefferson, Aaron Hampton, where one of them, Aaron Hampton, one of those guys will be keyed 2 or 3 times out of the game where, Coach DeBoer is just going to give them opportunities to kind of, all right, don't forget we got this, don't forget we got that. And you'll have a solid rotation around that. And this is what to keep up with morale. You look at how he played Jeremy Bernard last year. Even though he wasn't a true freshman, he was new to the system and kind of just came in because at Michigan State, Bernard didn't have much playing time. So he was basically a freshman coming in, and he put Jeremy Bernard to use early. Punt return, kick return, got him in the slot, the jet sweep action. You saw the other kid, the quarterback that was behind Penix. You saw, him get early sets early in the season. In like the second quarter, third drive, I forget, was that the Oregon game? I think he came out for like 3 snaps. So Kalen DeBoer likes to use his personnel. He likes to get deep into his depth and use his personnel. So don't be surprised on the offensive side if you see a lot of key plays for, not a lot, but a good spare, spots of key plays for a lot of the true freshmen coming along. Now on the defensive side, Kalen DeBoer is giving full control to Kane Womack when it comes to how he schemes his defense up, right? And Kane Womack has a lot of defensive staff members that have play calling experience as far as, coordinating. So there will be, I believe, you do that when you want evaluators, people who evaluate talent and develop talent at a high rate, at a good level. You do that, you surround yourself with people like that so they could control personnel. With that being said, do not be surprised if we have 2 starting true freshmen at cornerback. And I mean like on a rotational basis. Do not be surprised if we have a 3-man rotation at cornerback for the starters, because word around the campus and word coming from the the people that cover Alabama football more closely than I do is that Kane Womack likes the secondary group that he has. There's no buzz about getting into the portal and going to get another guy. I know Will Johnson is how everybody's list. Everybody's saying we need more depth. But Kane Womack is very confident in this young group of secondary guys. He has a lot of returning experience at safety, the position where you really want the most experience in the secondary for this 4-2-5 scheme. He has Tony Mitchell coming back, Devontae Smith, Malachi Moore. You got Brayson Hubbard in that group. And I'm hearing that Jaleel Hurley might be transitioning to that safety room too. So that would take another cornerback out from the perimeter. And that leaves you with the likes of Xavier Brown, Zay Mincy, Damani Jackson, Jalen Mbakwe, Dre Kirkpatrick might stake to the perimeter from what I'm hearing. And then I'm missing somebody, guys. I'm missing somebody. I feel like I'm missing somebody. I'm not missing anybody. Let me check this roster here. I feel like I'm missing somebody. Am I missing somebody? One of the corners, chat? Undefeated? I think I got it. That's the quarterbacks. Oh, yeah, I got it. That's all the corners. So you basically got 5 corners suiting up, vying for position. And the reason is because in this defense, so what y'all remember our nickel look like, with Coach Saban, there was basically 3 corners on the field, right? You had your boundary corners and your star was like your third corner. Sometimes your hybrid safety. More times than not, it was more like your hybrid safety and Malachi Moore. But anytime Moore had to go back to the free safety, you saw Terry Arnold and Trey Amos. That group that ended the season should have been the 5 in the just to kind of like go back down memory lane. The base nickel group that should have been starting the whole season, I feel like should have been at corner, should have been Kool-Aid, one boundary corner, and then Trey Amos should have been the other boundary. Let Arnold play that star, and Malachi Moore and Caleb Downs over top. That would have been like no-fly zone, lockdown city. And then when you bring the 6 DB on the field, why is Christian Story not getting up there? Jalen Key can go in spot play. Devontae Smith can go in spot play and be that safety because Caleb Downs walked down to that fourth corner or that other strong safety spot in the box. So yeah, that dime look would have been nice if it was set up like that. But fast forward to now, you're looking at possibly just having true 2 corners on the field at a time and 3 safeties. So you see a lot of the athletic DBs getting transitioned to safety. Jaleel Hurley, I can't wait to see what he does with his opportunities. Peyton Woodyard is a young guy. I just put a video out about him today. Go watch this film. Go watch the clips, the video I made on my YouTube channel. And I think I did a good job of highlighting why I think he would fit at either spot in the secondary. I highlighted Husky and Rover, but I think Peyton Woodyard will fit in at any spot at the safety position in this 4-2-5. You look at St. John Bosco and how their alignment was and how they played the 4-2-5 or the 3-3-5 look, the nickel look. They played a lot of similar concepts that you're going to see out of South Alabama. And we're actually going to get into one here towards the end of this segment. So yeah, I'm excited about it. And people might think it's crazy. But it would not be crazy to have 2 starting cornerbacks in this defense. They're going to get to see a lot of man coverage. There's going to be a lot of work that they go through every day, as high school players. Every week. A lot of man concepts, a lot of, lock down your side and match zone. It's not, and we got players that come from programs. Xavier Brown, Damani Jackson, Mincy, all these guys come from prestigious programs. I think which one came from Modern Day? One of them came from Modern Day, and everybody knows what Modern Day, they run like a baby NFL system. Xavier Brown came from Modern Day. Yeah, Xavier Brown came from Modern Day. Mincy came from Mainland out of Daytona. They just pump out defensive prospects every year. No more prevent defense. Facts. An aggressive 4-2-5. None of that 90% gap contain mess. No, we're shooting gaps. We're shooting gaps. I'm telling you. Kool-Aid, Terrion was both true freshmen, Smook, if I'm not correct. No, not the year that they started. Not the year that they started. Now, Kool-Aid ended up getting some runs his freshman year. He got some runs his true freshman year. I think Terrion was a red shirt freshman. I think Terrion was a red shirt freshman. Yep. You right, Gary. That's exactly what happened. But yeah, so let's dive into the cornerback room battle. I want to highlight something real quick when we talk about the corners in this cornerback room. Let me see. Can I get this screen up? Give me a second, chat. I'm trying to get the right screen up. That's that one. And then that's this one. Oh, no. Cancel. I almost exit out, y'all. I was about to be kicking the bobo. All right, here we go. I'm about to share this screen real quick. All right, let's see. All right, it look good. Boom. We in there. All right, so cornerback room. Listen, this is crazy because you look at this list and all of your corners are on this list minus Damani Jackson. Assuming that Jaleel Hurley is really going to safety. I don't know, man. Jaleel Hurley can play corner in this scheme. I think it just best fit if he slid into Husky, Rover, one of those spots. I think he would be in the rotation there. But let me see. Zoom in for y'all because I know y'all blind, you know what I'm saying, like me. But yeah, so you got Jalen Mbakwe, Zay Mincy, Xavier Brown. Those are the three corners that are going to be in competition with Damani Jackson for one of those starting spots. You got Rodarius Morgan. He's another safety. I'm telling y'all, once he puts some weight on, man, and once he gets into that weight room and starts getting with that, getting with the right nutrition, he's going to be a solid kid. I think year 2 he'll have a great opportunity to compete at that second level. But yeah, man, that's the corners we got to work with. That's the corners we got to work with right now. These three guys can play. I think the one you probably most worried about right now, technique wise, because of what he had to do last season, is Jalen Mbakwe. He hasn't really had to play corner. He's been Mr. Do-It-All, but he's a high IQ player, instinctive player, so he can crash on. Going to attack every ball that's in the air. It'll just be a technique thing. So I'm curious to see. I'm surprised that we haven't seen any workout videos from him, you know, like workout training videos, working with footwork specialists, DB coaches, things of that nature. So yeah, Zay Mincy, probably the purest corner out of all of them, probably the most pure out of all three of them. The most game ready corner right now, Zay Mincy, in my opinion. In my opinion, Zay Mincy is probably the most game ready, day one ready corner right now out of this group. Brian Russell, you're absolutely 100% correct, brother. Jalen Mbakwe is definitely the fastest. Definitely the fastest DB out of this group. But at this level, you got to be able to cover, man. You got to be able to be disciplined in coverage. You can't let guys press cushions. You got it's like 4 or 5 wide receivers in the SEC West right now that, ain't no more East and West. It's 4 or 5 receivers in the SEC that's running 4 threes, man. And they're going to be playing on Saturdays coming up this season. I know LSU has 1 for sure. Actually, they got 2. They got Aaron Anderson still over there too. So gotta be disciplined. Gotta be sound and disciplined with your technique. Jalen playing so many positions will serve him well, high level of understanding. Facts, Daniel. Facts. Coming in and turning this thing and turning over, getting in that film room is gonna help him. He's a smart player. We got a lot of smart DBs. Zay Mincy is too. Now Xavier Brown mentally, I believe, is probably the more ready cornerback. He comes from a complex system at Mater Dei. Their defensive scheme is very complex. So having a system that's dumbed down for him, we might see him elevate on a different level, up his athleticism and his production on the field, because it's less to process in this style of defense, in this 4-2-5, and the scheme that they're going to be drawing up with Coach Kane Womack. Zabian Brown is 19. Oh, wow. Smook, did you notice after Kool-Aid first man year, people didn't really throw his way? After his freshman year. Oh. Actually, his sophomore year, I think he solidified himself his sophomore year. And then last year, you didn't see people throw his way too much. His sophomore year, he got tested, though. He got tested a lot. That's what ended up getting him solidified. Because he had problems early in his freshman year. Y'all remember? Kool-Aid struggled a lot. Didn't the same thing happen to Julio Jones? What freshman are you most excited to see on field, O or D? O in defense. Ooh, man, we could talk about that. Let me say that one too. Daniel. But yeah, that's the freshman cornerback battle. I think out of the three, if I had to go with one, if only one is going to start, I think it's probably going to be Zay Mincy, right? If two get the nod right now, it's going to be Zabian Brown and Zay Mincy. I think Mbakwe would be a rotational. Mbakwe will be your guy that you bring in for your dime DB. He and Peyton Woodard probably will get the nod to go out there as dime DBs. Meaning in the base set, you might see Tony Mitchell up top. You might see Husky, Malachi Moore, Rover, Devontae Smith. And then when you go to dime, you might pull Smith, Moore, and you might pull Smith and Mitchell and put Mbakwe and Zabian Brown on the field at the same time. Or Woodward and Mbakwe, or Woodward and Brown as the dime safety and Brown as your dime corner. You get what I'm saying? So it's a lot of different personnel groupings you could set up out there. If you need coverage out there, you could go base look, but you can go small base, cover base look. You can go, it's so many options because you have so much talent. So the secondary room, I think, is going to be set. Me personally, I think you add maybe another 2 corners, have 6 corners in your room. It makes you feel a little bit more comfortable. But as far as talent, we're not lacking in talent. We're not lacking in talent. All right, let me get back over to this graphic here. So, we just talked about the cornerback room battle. Now something that y'all enjoy. Let's start drawing up some gibberish. Let's start talking some defense, y'all. I think I made the graphic too big. We're gonna see. Let me see. And I'm gonna freehand everything today because the other day it wasn't working right with the arrows. All right. Let me see. Y'all ready to get to that chalk talk? If y'all ready to get to that chalk talk, man, run up the emotes, man. Run up the emotes right now. All my fan funders, if y'all ready to get to this chalk talk, we're going to talk some Swarm D versus third and passing. Run up that chalk talk. Run up them chats, them emotes. So what I am excited about, man, appreciate y'all for showing love, man. I had to go make sure I had the film set up right. Appreciate y'all, everybody showing love, man. Appreciate y'all. Let's do some chalk talk. Let's get to it. Much love, much love. Hey, so we're going to do this chalk talk, reality to reach, and then we're getting up out of here, y'all. Hey, let's get to it. Yee. Here we go. All right, now we're on the board. Boom. We here. Tell me how I look, chat. We straight? We good here? Everybody all right? So let me do this. I'm going to see if I can make this bold because this do look kind of lightweight. Bold. Yeah. Oh yeah, get them lines thick. Yeah. Yeah. Get them lines thick, baby. All right, let's get back to the letters. Hold on. Y'all watching me do this live. What's good? Let me see. Get them lines thick, baby. All right, that look better. That look better, right? A little bit. You know what I'm saying? Kyle probably be having a panic attack right now because the letters are outside the lines. But we're going to be fine, right, chat? We're going to be straight. Y'all good? I'm good. Coach Smook, what's good, brother? When the official move-in day, look, Shaquille. Y'all going to help a brother move in when I do move? Y'all know I'm going to be sad. My wife going to be up here. But nah, man, it's not official yet. We still working out some things, working out some kinks. Make sure we set up here. The wife and the family is set up to finish school here. And then I'm making my move, man. We making the move. All in God's timing, right? Yeah, let's make it work though. Let's do this, y'all. Let's dive into it. So this is against third and passing, y'all. This is something that I seen Coach Kane Womack and his defensive staff from South Alabama do a lot last season. And I mean a lot on third and passing. So and this is a markup. Let's just do a formation. Let's see if we can steal our formation from over here. All right, let's steal this formation here. Let's steal the formation from over here, chat. Okay. Boom. Oh, that ain't bad. All right. And then guess what? Guess what we could do? We can get off of there. We can get off of there. We can get off of there. Ooh, wee. We getting hyped today, baby. Y'all like this, don't you? I know. Calm down. Calm down, ladies. Calm down. Everything's going to be just fine. Uh-oh. Everything's going to be just fine. Calm down, ladies. Let me move this. Let me move this whole thing right here. Move this out the way. Calm down, ladies. Everything's going to be just fine. That's something me and my brother do, man. We'll be out somewhere. It ain't even got to be nothing going on. Calm down, ladies. It's going to be just fine. All right, so here we go. Let's walk it down. Let's walk it down. We moving the whole defense, y'all. Moving the whole defense. Making the alignment correct. Right? Right. Head up there. This is true alignment. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong, all right? We setting it up. We setting it up. That's a hash assignment. He gonna hug this a little bit more. And he gonna be head up for the most part. All right, so this is why I like Kane Womack's defense, this 4-2-5. Not a lot of gap concept, and it talk about leverage and alignment. It is so favorable to let athletic defensive linemen and trench players do what they do best. Now, I'm not a defensive guy. I'm just a guy that watches defenses, so I know how to scheme against things that I hate to see happen to my offense, right? So, being that type of guy, I pay a lot of attention to the trenches. I look at the calm down, ladies. Calm down, ladies. Y'all trip. Smook looks like you were moving the weights around yesterday. Man, look, that was an old picture, but I was lifting yesterday. That was an old picture. I'm about 7-8 pounds smaller than that right now. So yeah, that was my motivation. It popped up on my memories. Last year, this time that was me. That was me. Last year, this time. But yeah, so check this out. One thing I like about this, and I'm going to run this playback so I can design it here. All right, boom, I got it. I remember it already. So, this is the look. So let's say this is third and passing, right? One thing that you'll see a lot of teams do to us, they love to come out in their 11 personnel, and it's something that we struggle with a lot. And I'm gonna draw this concept up, and I want y'all to tell me if it's true or not. So something that we used to see a lot of last season, boom, that coming across there. This guy would climb, try to get behind the linebacker, try to get a one-on-one back on this side. You know, something where either working back there or working back here puts the safety in conflict. A lot of flat action. You get what I'm saying? Simple stuff that used to beat us out of the backfield. Play action this way, releasing the running back that way. So all of this happens because guess what's happening up front with your defense? With your defense, you got defensive linemen doing this. Boom. Holding guys up and containing this, trying to hold this. He might crash, but then you got him holding this up, containing this gap off of this guy. You got him right here, still in the edge, and you're trying to have one guy work, and you might have a spy here. You might have this guy in conflict trying to cover tight end. Got this guy deciphering who gets passed off what, because the match zone concept, the safety can't help over the top here, because it's got to be a true one-on-one. He has to help in the middle. This guy's getting drug across the field because he's seeing that he's only got one guy. So now the running back coming from the backfield after the play action with this guy crashing, he's leaking down the field. That's what used to happen with Coach Saban and this gap scheme, right? Right? Y'all see how I just ran through all of that? But I'm going to show you what Kane Womack likes to do. And it all starts with alignment. I'm going to show y'all what Kane Womack likes to do. And like I said, we're going to freehand it. So y'all going to have to just bear with a brother. All right. So if we get this type of play call, one thing about Kane Womack, and I want y'all to know this, Kane Womack will walk this safety down and give like a true zero look every freaking time. He will walk these linebackers up to about 3 yards off the line of scrimmage. This nose will go head up with this center. This tackle will go outside shoulder, shade the strong side. He'll shade strong side. He'll go head up here or shade inside shoulder. He head up over the guard. And what'll happen is they'll get the call. Boom. You got a straight man here. You got this safety. He gonna hug the strong side. You're gonna have man lock on the backside. He's gonna play head up. You got Rover help still though. Rover's playing your safety. So not safety, he's playing your boundary guy, your overhang here, right? Make sure that he doesn't get caught up in any wash coming off the edge here, but he is your overhang guy. He's your underneath help here for this corner, and he's your overhang guy for anything flushing this way, right? The pressure though, let's start up front. This is the pressure that you'll see. Before snap, you'll see a shift. Boom, he'll shift there. Boom, he'll shift inside. He'll go head up with the tackle. This guy stand up. This Mike, they'll both kind of take a shift to the left, right? And all he'll do is come and float around in here. Pre-snap, he'll float around in here. And this is a design blitz that I love to watch. I mean, they ran it like 6 times against Troy, and it was all in third and passings. Let me pull up the arrow. Let me see where the rest of them things at. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So these are the stunts that you'll see this alignment, and you'll have a stunt like this. You had this guy pull one of these. Oh, Jesus. Where's my arrow? What's going on? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why I won't give me my arrow? You had this guy pull one of these. Oh, y'all. You know what? Let me draw it. It's acting crazy. It's probably because of how far zoomed out I am. I got to remember that. Stunt here. Trying to cross his face. Stunt here. Trying to cross this guard face. Trying to stunt here. Cross his guard face. And mind you, y'all remember this play action? We said we scheming for this. This guy over here, he's playing that honest. You got a sting guy that's spying here too. Primary spy. Weak side responsibility. You got a guy that's watching tight end still. This guy that's coming off of this little stunt move here, this shift, when he comes in here, all of this is crossing his face. I love how you're giving a guy like Q-Rob, right? You're giving him space to work with his speed and his leverage. He has a lot of power coming off of the ball, you know, when he gets started up. So you're giving him an opportunity to come off of all of this and just loop around all of that and be with a slow left tackle who's probably playing behind the play because he's too busy trying to help this left guard with this crash move here. And everything's collapsing to the right. So if we want to really look at it and see what happens, usually what tends to happen when you send this type of stunt, you have the offensive line, they all start trying to crash and block down this way, right? And you got a guy like Quindarius Robin, Q-Rob, coming off the edge here, looping all of that. And if that's a handoff, he's got a clear sighted to it. The rover's there, the sting is there. You got coverage there. If you have some type of concept coming from the backside here, they're deciphering it. If it goes inside, we're playing pass off. While I'm getting my depth and shadowing, I'm getting my depth, safety, playing over top, hugging the hash. Mike is going to be playing this window here, has to play this window to play honest, right? Corner is man. This corner is man, knowing that he has help underneath. He gets to play his cushion. Another thing right here, this ISO corner. For guys like Damani Jackson, Jalen Mbakwe, Xavier Brown, they could play off here because they know they got underneath help. They got underneath coverage. Get what I'm saying? So it's crazy. It's crazy that, yeah, somebody said it. Rich B says Downs would have wrecked. That's what I'm saying. How do you make a decision to leave and don't even give this guy Kane Womack an opportunity, knowing that you're going to be in the star role? We basically playing with 2 stars on the field and a free safety now for our base set. You get what I'm saying? If I'm just making up stuff, like, go watch the film. This is literally a stunt that they run, that Kane Womack naturally designs. He doesn't put his linebackers in a lot of conflict. Inside out concept still. Inside out with his reads. This linebacker, he's still reading, running back to outside. You know, first receiver outside. That means tight end. Somebody has to account for the tight end. So let's say in this concept, right? Because of play action, they show block, right? And then they release like a lot of people like to do against us. Off of this slant, right? Look who's already here playing over top safe. He's shading here. If this tight end, if this slot, once he crosses hash, that's pass off to the linebacker. He drops back, gets depth. He has over the top help. You drop back, keep getting depth. He's still dropping back. He's still dropping back here. Shadow. Ball release to the flat. He's there. He's man locked here. His back turn, ball release. He plays help. Safety already over top. Ball release in the air. He has help. A lot of just forcing, funneling a lot of the offense to where you need it to go. Forcing reads to where you need to go. I love this blitz package, y'all. That's just one basic blitz that you might see. Another thing that they like to do out of this 4-2-5, Kane Womack, I'm pretty sure he has a lot of athletes now. He has a lot of athletic talent to work with. I want y'all to look at how he's going to play a lot of these trips looks. And then we'll get off of this chalk talk stuff, man. Because I'll sit here all day and have y'all bored. The number's going to drop to 25. Because Coach Smook don't know what he's talking about. But nah, let's go trip set. And y'all know a lot of people do this. They love to throw this at Bama. This whole little stack look, you know. Stack the guy here. Put this guy in conflict here. Get a tight end, you know, kind of off balance look. More so a balanced look now with that formation. But this is something that ate us up a lot. Even when we played against LSU, they ate us up. They ate us up a lot with this. So what happened with this? Because you have a strong box safety look, right? You're gonna have probably at this rover position, you're probably gonna have the likes of Tony Mitchell or Devontae Smith or Malachi Moore. Me personally, I want a guy like Tony Mitchell here. Malachi Moore, maybe playing on the slot. No, I want a guy like Tony Mitchell. this is why I was saying personnel is going to be very important here because I feel like Peyton Woodard could come in and play this rover spot, and you could have or let Peyton Woodard come in and play the Husky, and you have Malachi Moore be more so inside, closer to the box. Get somebody with some range out there that can cover downfield consistently. Not saying Malachi Moore can't, but he does struggle with it. So with this alignment, always going to shade here. Hold on, let me flip this. Let me flip that, y'all. Where my eraser at? Hold on. I don't know what that is, chat. But yeah, so let's flip it. Always going to be head up or inside. He's going to be head up with the guard. Inside. And this spacing is kind of off too, so just assume that the right spacing is there. Y'all get the general gist. He'll be over here. He'll be over the guard. He'll split the difference here more than likely. He's on the hash. He's head up inside. He's outside shoulder leverage, right? Seems pretty hard to defend, right? So in this set, what you'll see, Kane Womack doesn't want to put his guys in a lot of conflict, right? He doesn't want to put his guys in a lot of conflict. So what he'll do, he'll walk this guy down to give it a 5-man look. That way this front, guess what they're going to say? More than likely the protection look is going to say head up or something where they're going to give a call where you got towards in front of you, right? Tight end usually has to chip off of that, which if you got to play with the tight end involved, if he has to chip first, that helps us. He chips. If he chips here, this Wolf knows he has attached responsibility. If this tight end chips you and pulls off, you got attached responsibility. That's what Kane Womack will teach. Cornerback will always have cloud boundary coverage. Any type of overload situation, the weak side corner will always have some type of cloud boundary coverage. He's not going to make it hard for these guys. There's no reason for this corner to be man locked with the tight end, right? There's no reason for him. Even if you have some type of pressure design from here, you know what I'm saying? There's no reason for this corner to be man locked tight. We're here. Over, right? Overhang. You know, 3 concept, and this is zone look. Help. You hear what I'm saying? And this is just a base zone look. And you still could run that same concept with that same blitz package that we just designed earlier. Where this guy, even though he walks down, this Wolf, he comes over. You get that shift to the strong side. Same slant motion, y'all. That same crash motion. Love to see it. Love to see it. When they crossing those faces, and we know this is not, the accurate angle, right? Don't beat me up too bad. Don't beat me up too bad. But he's trying to cross that right guard's face. He's trying to cross into the left guard's face. Right here from the nose, trying to cross that face. And he's trying to cross that left tackle face. Forcing the offensive line. Oh, Lord. I'm pressing the wrong stuff. Forcing the offensive line, right? Forcing this offensive line to want to help pass everything off. Right? Forcing them to kind of pass that off. All while this guy is looping his way right back to where they're leaving from and catching them in a misstep and rounding his way out. You got rover look. You gave the 5-man blitz look, right? With walking the Sting up. This linebacker walking him up here, making him play around. You pull back, you don't know what's coming around it. You don't know what's coming around it. Once he pulls out, guard is, he's occupied now here. Tackle is helping. This Wolf, Q-Rob, Keon Keeley Yanzi Pierre combination, Quay Russoff, they leave him out there. Jeremiah Alexander, though that combination of blitz and pass rush sets that they're going to be able to see. Oh my God. And this is I seen somebody said, Big Don said linebacker better be able to cover. Yeah, this is the reason I say you're going to have your more athletic linebacker on the opposite side. The likes of maybe Jesus, there's so many. Dang, man. Let's pull up the linebacker graphic. It's so many to pick from. Do we got one up here? Outside linebacker room is so deep. Yanzi Pierre. Noah Carter's going to get in the mix with some of these blitz packages. I mean, it's just so much, y'all. What happened? Uh-oh. T put me on hold, y'all. Hold on. I gotta get a graphic up. Let me go full screen for myself real quick. Gotta get a graphic. I think they about to step away for a second. So let me set this up real quick and get this back up. That's not the one. And then we're gonna do our reality of reach, and then we out of here for the day. And I'll be back with y'all tonight, man. How many of y'all enjoying this Chalk Talk segment, y'all? We're gonna design. We're gonna finish talking through that last little blitz there, and we're gonna get up out of here. I appreciate y'all for hanging out with your boy for real, man. Been a vibe as always. As always, y'all always bringing the vibes, chat. Y'all always bringing the vibes, and I appreciate it. Let me see where we at with it now. Get out of Discord. Let's open that up. Put that up there. Screen share. Boom. We good. Good right there. All right, bet. Look kind of light. Like it got bad friction or something. All right, here we go. Get off of this. Boom. Y'all good? I'm trying to absorb it. You trying to absorb it? Yeah, so check this out. We got the so like I was saying, that little stunt right there, that's a simple stunt that you're going to see a lot of high school kids be attracted to. A lot of defensive ends, outside linebackers, edges. They're going to love this. You can do this stunt with big guys too against the run blitz, run formations. You come out, like I said, this base formation, you could do a lot. Let's say we get 2 tight ends on the field. What's this? 12 personnel. 12 personnel, right? You come out here. Let's get this eraser out here real quick. Let's say they trying to impose the run. This is the same type of schematics versus the run, and it will work. It will work. You have physical guys, mind you. This personnel group might look a little different. You might have big Jordan Renard out here at the end, at the outside linebacker for this type of formation. You might have Keeley over here, right, at bandit this time, and you might have the likes of Curtis Perry at defensive end, or James Smith. You might have one of those guys on the edge. So going bigger, you have the same linebacker group. Honestly, with that big group of linebackers is usually when you go smaller at the Mike position. Jesus Christ, man. So I keep going from the wrong screen. So you look at it like this. You might have a Justin Jefferson here at Sting and Deontay Lawson here, or Jahad Campbell at Mike, with that rotation. But this big formation, this is when you want your guys like Devontae Smith or Malachi Moore or Tony Mitchell, those big physical guys, Peyton Woodard, physical guys that like to get in the box and hit. When teams come out to run heavy, Kane Womack does this, y'all. He does this. He will do this. Something that just makes sense to me. Something that makes sense to me as far as spacing and putting guys in position to defend the run. So with this formation, no matter which side if you go strong side here, more so unbalanced look, all you do is pull this guy down and you can shift all of this. Your front gets in a position to be effective with it. Get what I'm saying? Corner gets his depth right here. Corner probably get like this. You might see this flat look like this. Safety will be right here. And he allows these guys, especially with speed, he allows them to play closer to the line of scrimmage. He's very aggressive. Now, let's look at it. Once again, the same thing. Walk this guy around. This is pre-snap. You walk this guy around. You get that shift you want. Boom. Shift into the gap. Head up to the gap. This guy playing around here. You send it. Boom. What are we defending? What are we able to defend? No matter what the play call is on the other side, what are we able to defend? Let me draw it up first. What are we able to defend when we're doing not necessarily containing, but we're attacking? What are we able to defend? Right? This against the run play. Let's say we got read option here. What are we able to defend? Right? That's the handoff you got covered. Because mind you, that crash is going to make those guys slide this way. That crash is going to make those guys slide left. All right? Got your overhang guy here playing the edge. Got your Mike already here in this area. He's keying tight end. You got free safety. Keying running back. Strong side tight end to running back, or running back to strong side tight end. We talking inside out. That's on me. Inside out. It'll be running back first, then tight end. Same thing with this sting. You know what? And I like when this guy has the freedom to play around in this open space here, to seal this, to make an athletic play. Because that's what it does. All these slants, all it does is open up space for the linebackers to go in and be active, be disruptive. You know, the Husky always going to have some type of flat overhang underneath responsibility. Same with the Rover. Overhang, flat, underneath responsibility, contain. These guys got to be athletic linebackers that can cover. Not necessarily position as linebackers, but that's what their assignment is basically going to be in this 4-2-5 scheme under Kane Womack. Corners going to be man lock out of this. A lot of shade, man. A lot of match. A lot of match. You're going to get a lot of switch release stuff here. Guess what's going to happen with this offense now? He's going to pass it off. This guy's just going to shade, bump him to the sideline. He's going to cover underneath. Safety should have his help over top. Getting up underneath, getting in his shoulder pass, getting your top side shoulder, upfield shoulder into his body, right? Getting in position to turn around and find the ball. That's the technique that's going to be taught by Mo Lindquist, by Scott Hisler. That's the technique that's going to be taught. Back shoulder move right here. You switching. If we're going to be switching on the match zone, guess what happens? When you switch on the match zone, you give the corner here, you give him an opportunity. You give the corner here. Jesus Christ, come on. You give the corner here on the back shoulder. You give him, when you switch, guess what you give him an opportunity to do? He gets the bail. Now if it's the back shoulder, he's crashing on it. If it's short, you already switching. He's opened his hips up to switch. If the ball comes out when he opens his hips up inside to use the sideline, he opens his hips up inside. Ball comes out, he's already get ready to have that plant foot down to drive to the ball, to drive to the pass, to the defender. You're putting him in position to play outside in leverage on the perimeter. I mean, it just makes sense. It just makes sense with this new concept. The match zone, the pass concept, the bump push concept with motion, it all makes sense. So just to dive into it for a little hot second, y'all. That was the little segment with the for the chalk talk. And I think I enjoyed that one. What about y'all? Y'all enjoyed that one? Y'all enjoyed that one? I like that one. I like that a lot. Let me see. Let me go to this share screen. Yeah. Entire screen. Boom. So let's get over here to this. All right. So that ends that Chalk Talk segment. Now let's jump into the reality of reach, y'all. And this is going to end the segment. Appreciate that. Hey, let me tell y'all That's crazy to do that on the fly because I didn't really get to scheme it up like I wanted to and draw it up. But I don't know. Y'all give me some immediate feedback. Did y'all enjoy that? Did y'all enjoy that chalk talk for that segment, y'all? And I think next time when we come on, I'll make sure I have one of the other coaches pull up so they can scheme up something and draw things up. Like I think somebody like Jay or Coach Sean versus me, they scheme it up. They scheme up a play, and then I show how I expect our defense to play against it. We won't necessarily. As a matter of fact, how about we come up, talk about this, chat. What y'all think about this? What if we came up with our undefeated playbook? What if we came up with our own playbook of what we're speculating to see, and we save these plays, and we just start doing like simulations of what we might see, and then as the season goes along, we kind of just adjust it, right? That'd be cool, wouldn't it? I said y'all enjoy it, man. I appreciate y'all for real, man. I really do. I really appreciate y'all. Yeah, let's do our own playbook. I just started it up. We're gonna get all the formations in place. We're going to just start building a playbook. I'm going to teach Kyle and myself. We're going to get the other coaches on this software, and we're just going to start creating plays, man. Putting plays out there, realistic stuff that we've seen and been able to evaluate. And I think we probably need to let the chat vote who to put on, which coach to put on which side. So we got myself, Coach Jay, Coach Sean, got Merrill, we got Ty, and we got Kyle. So it got to be 3 on the offense, 3 on the defense, right? And let's make it hard too, because y'all know myself, Coach Sean, we offensive guys, so it will be challenging. I'm a volunteer to go on the defensive side and drop the defensive schemes because I know defense, but it's a challenge for me to be realistic about coverages and concepts. So yeah, that'll be good. I think I did pretty good today. Will the Scout? Y'all think Will the Scout? Yeah, Will the Scout would be good too. And even have, man, y'all are really helping me. And this is why I say it's not just about me, but you all and the exposure that y'all are giving me. When y'all retweet things that I tweet and repost things, whether you agree with it or not, when I tag these coaches from the staff in there, that brings the attention to this channel. And I love the way you all are supporting and getting behind, when I'm going at it with some of these trolls. And I'll entertain the trolls to a certain extent. But when it becomes like racial or, they start talking about my family stuff, then that's when I cut it off. Let's keep it football. I'm cool with that. Troll about my football team, troll about my takes. That's fine. I'm going to miss some. But when y'all interact with stuff like that and y'all share the post about the shows and stuff, and whenever we tag and stuff or making hot takes, it helps get personnel like maybe Coach Shepard on the show one day during the summer, and we can get him to draw up some plays for us on the chalkboard. So it might be fun, y'all. It might be a good time. Also, I know y'all see the coaching clinic in April. I am trying to go, where my team is doing some research about possibly getting some access to that, not just for media purposes, but I want to extend my knowledge. I'm a coach. I want to continue to grow my knowledge, and I think getting in and learning the basis and the terminology of this system and how they're going to run. Not saying that they're going to put their playbook out there, but they will be teaching this system, the basis of this system, different phases of how you can implement this with your personnel that you have at your school. And they tell you the type of personnel that fit this, what you're looking for. Like these coaching clinics get into it. They tell you what type of guys, makeup, anatomical makeup they have, whatever that you're looking for to make the system be successful in the fashion that they're allowing it to be. So yeah, I'm feeling that. Coach Smook, how about coaching? What you mean? Coaching mean? What you mean? Me coaching? Is that what you're talking about, brother? All right, so we did have 2 questions I want to get back to. Smook, do you think there's any way Miro doesn't start this year? Does Ty have a big step? I guess that's what Demetrius was asking. Hey, this is my reality of reach, right? And I want to talk about this real quick. Reality of reach. Jalen Miro loses the starting job. He's not even the starter. Reality or reach? Let's talk about it. Get all your feelings out there. We got 5 minutes. Oh, Jordan, that's bad. That's bad. Jordan, that's bad. You got Gamecock fans coming for you? Got Cock fans coming for you? Coin guy said that's a reach. George said reality. Miro for Heisman. William, I'm with you with. Stephen Angle says reality. John M says reality. Brian M. Russell says reach. Somewhat reality says Caleb. Be real, man. Tell me how you really feel. Don't be hanging on the fence. You should ask the DC if he'll go from 4.25 to a 5.1 to help the pass rush. 5.1 look, but still 4.25 personnel. I know what you're talking about. That look will be like our Raptor package, cheetah package. You'll see probably 5 linebackers on the field, which is going to be crazy because you have a group of linebackers that can actually cover. Miro hard worker, coin guy, yeah. Anthony Young says reality. Rich B says reach. Joshua says reality. Caleb said he could see it going either way. My boy JJ says Miro for Heisman. Somewhat reality. Only thing that matters to a new staff is how you look when it's time to hit the field. Facts, Dino. Opinions are like buttholes. Everyone has one, so give yours. Well, do you keep yours clean, though? That's the real question, Stanky boy. I'm just playing. If I say reality, then it's true, so reality. Joshua, nah, it don't work like that, brother. Ty ain't starting over Miro. Y'all crazy. I don't know. Here we go. I'm not playing the fence. I'm being realistic. Realistically, Miro is going to start in this offense. Okay. Reason being, when you look at Kalen DeBoer and the type of quarterbacks he's had to deal with, right, on this level, on the college level, not high school, not anywhere else, on the college level, the quarterback that fits the makeup, the physical makeup and the skill set of what he wants is Miro. That's the only quarterback on the roster right now that fits that right now. Now, Austin Mack, yet to be developed, right? Ty Simpson, yet to be seen on this level. So for the starter to be, it's going to be Miro. But if Miro does not show any type of progression, if he's not able to separate himself in spring, and Ty Simpson gets an opportunity to run with like first group, you get what I'm saying? Ty Simpson will be the starter coming into the fall. Miro has to really come out and grasp this offense and take it by the horn. If it's close, Ty Simpson will be the preferred option for Kalen DeBoer and this offensive staff. And that's my take on it. Ty Simpson is the preferred quarterback based off my evaluations and what Ty Simpson does great as a quarterback. In this style of offense, Ty Simpson is the preferred style quarterback that you go with. Okay? You look at Jalen Miro, though. Jalen Miro is the more so ideal target that Kalen DeBoer goes with. His development, his process, his progression as far as how he develops will be the determining factor of how long they stick with him. And I don't think they're going to use 3 weeks in the spring to really give him a lot of those first team reps because this is a system being implemented. So they need to pick all these first team reps need to be meaningful reps. Meaning if they're not being executed at a high rate from the quarterback, you switch it up. And if Ty Simpson does not, if Jalen Miro does not grasp it and able to show some efficiency and consistency at a high rate, and that's going to be hard to do against this athletic defense, going through a lot of the same plays every day, right? Being vanilla, going through the basics, and defense going to start jumping plays and all of this. So being able to make reads and all of that has to be on like top tier every day, every practice, every passing skill, every warm up, every ghost run, every on air session has to be flawless. You can't, if Miro's missing open passes and in on air sessions, he won't be the starter. Not with Kalen DeBoer. They expect a lot out of this young man, and I do too. And I think Miro will be the starter though. Overall, with all that being said and done, Miro will be the starter. And so that's our reality or reach for the segment. Y'all, check this out. today we won't have open chat. We will be ending the stream after this one, but tonight we will be coming back, and I'm gonna pull up the lineup for tonight, y'all. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second, babe. Give me a second. I want that beat done. I like that beat. Whoa. Whoa. Y'all, my hair be shaking. Hey, wait the A day. I might, man, listen. I might come out there with some like some 2 strands, like some what they call them? The plaits. Might put like some big old Bama some big old Bama bobos, like some big old Christmas ornament size bobos on the edge of my hair. What y'all think? What y'all think, ladies? Marquita, all y'all in the chat. What y'all think? Can I get by with the big old bobo? You get what I'm saying? The undefeated cannot be silenced, but today, because of content purposes, how we want to get the algorithm popping back up, we are going to end it. So yeah, but the lineup for today, you got at 6, you got Jarek and Merrill. We might mix it up, man. We might see about mixing it up and doing a lot of chat talk tonight. Might start doing matchups, start doing verses on Wednesdays, where you got the coaches versus each other. You know what? That'll be crazy. Marquita, I can't do that, sis. All right, crush my little dreams. You know what I'm saying? I won't do it then. This is the tune we strut into the stadium with, man. I'm telling you. Hey, if y'all share this enough, they might see it. Y'all share it enough, they'll see it. Oh yeah, I can see Kaylin the boy like this. Let's go! We wildin', y'all. But yeah, so at 6, we got Jarek and Merrill with their combined show. Then we're gonna have Coach Sean at 7 with Just My Humble Opinion. And then I will be closing out with the Smook Scoop. We might have Kyle on. Might have to do a test run with the whole scheming up against each other. Now that we got a little format, little layout set up, it might be cool, y'all. So tune in tonight, man, for a good vibe. We will have the nightcap tonight. But as for now, it has been fun. Don't forget to check me out at Coach Smook on all platforms and chat. We are really getting closer. Undefeated. We are getting close. Let me go check. Go check my YouTube again. We at 954. We're 46 away from hitting 1K, y'all. 46. So I'm going to make another post about my new YouTube video. If y'all could, man, check Twitter. If you haven't followed me on Twitter, check it out. Go and repost my new video, please, guys. Please. I'm chasing clout. No, I'm just playing. Yeah, I just want to expose, not expose, but I want to get some more exposure, get the content out there, get more people seeing and enjoying what you all enjoy. Not just me, but this whole panel. Don't forget fan funders, chat. Don't forget the fan funders, y'all. Gotta show love to the fan funders. Y'all are the ones that keep this channel going. If it wasn't for y'all, we wouldn't be here today. Just like R. Kelly said, if it wasn't for y'all, he wouldn't be in jail today. Shout out to everybody. Hey, listen, become a fan funder. Hit the hyperlink at the top of the chat. It's a hyperlink up there. You can join the fan funders, become a member. You get that good old helmet icon next to your name. Your name changed colors. I can see your comments. You get access to the emotes. Y'all run up the emotes for these guys that don't have the new that don't have the fan funders. Run up the emotes for them. Yes. Run up the emotes. Get access to that. Then you get access to the exclusive videos, all the hot takes, all the insider scoop that we have that we can't put out on live. You will have access to that. We have some videos out right now that a lot of people ain't seen. Only the exclusive folks been able to see. It's only about 800 people that have been able to see it because that's all the people that's fan funded. So yeah, that's how we doing. And you help fund the team, y'all. You help fund the team. Okay. Yes, I got a lot of energy. I got a new content idea that I'm about to get off of this stream and work on right now because I am like My creative juices is flowing, y'all. My creative juices is flowing. So I appreciate y'all. Don't forget, if you want to send in a reality or reach segment, you want me to talk about reality or reach tonight, you want your segment heard, email me. Hit me with the Smook Scoop at coachsmook@gmail.com. Again, that's coachsmook@gmail.com. Send your reality or reach. Make sure you send your name so I can give you a shout out. And again, follow me at Coach Smook on every platform. That's Twitter, that's YouTube, that's Instagram. Don't worry about Facebook right now. Mind your business. TikTok. Go check me out. All right. We're getting live. Linktree at Coach Smook. If you go to Linktree, you can find all my platforms. Kick.com/Coach Smook. Content overload is about to happen, chat. It's about to happen, Undefeated. Thanks to you all. So continue to help me grow and help this channel grow. And I'll be right there with y'all, supporting y'all, appreciating y'all, all that good stuff. A-Day is around the corner, y'all. I cannot wait. Y'all be blessed. It's been fun. And y'all be easy. It's Coach Smook, and I'm out. Roll Tide. I had to come back and turn up one time. 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, turn up. 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, 4 time, turn up, let go, let go. Roll Tide. All right, I'm out, y'all.